Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by All Reason No Logic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. All Reason No Logic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by All Reason No Logic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. All Reason No Logic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by All Reason No Logic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. All Reason No Logic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by All Reason No Logic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus.
And changing screens in 3, 2, 1.
They say it started as a whisper, some throwaway idea during a late night chit chat, totally not stolen from many other RTS games. 3 mines, one from the site sheds, where the concrete dust clings to high vis like armour, and the only thing flimsier than the budget is the temporary fencing, one from the clean precision of process engineering, where only the explosions happen in KPI reports, and one who lives somewhere in between, half spreadsheets, half strategy, and fully convinced this could work. The plan, simple on paper, put a few players on a hill, give them a little extra metal to make them feel important, then throw the entire kitchen sink at them and watch the chaos unfold. What began as a scrap of idea, half challenge, half experiment, has now become a tradition, a proving ground. The kings prepare, the peasants gather, and the war machine starts again. Welcome back to the official Beyond All Reason Twitch and YouTube channels. I am Twig, joined by Pradith and Tank Tom. We are AllReasonNoLogic, and this is King of the Hill, our weekly community clash where the kings hold the center of your favorite RTS maps while a swarm of peasants try to tear them down. 10 minutes of eco time and then total carnage. If you want to get involved, join the AllReasonNoLogic Discord. It's where the teams communicate in their Peasant and Kings channel. It's where the laughter is loudest and the chaos happens. Let's get into this after the lobby is finalized.
Looks like we just need one more king and then we should be good to go.
It's like Classic's got some classic things to stay in the chat to enjoy the interaction. And Twig is right, we do need one more king to kick this one off. So I think they might need a bit more than plus 45 if they're going against double the normal number of peasants.
Yeah, that's a good point. We're thinking 55s or 50s?
Maybe 60s?
60s?
60s, yeah.
Start from the bottom. And then we should kick this one off.
This is double the peasants that we usually do in a Claymore King of the Hill. And we'll post those rules up.
Alright, so for those of you that are listening in, this is a bit of a different map to what you see mostly, which is Raptor Crater. Just while we're starting up and getting the numbers, we're just trying to throw this one in. Around the outside of the map, there's 10 positions for peasants. With 20 peasants, we're going to need a little bit of co-oping to make it all work. There's 5 positions in the middle for the kings. You'll see the map is divided up into 5 triangles with 1 king position in each and 2 peasant positions. Keep to your triangles and only take the 5 mexes per position. For an example, that means that the play area for a peasant team is this section here. The play area for a king is this section. Oh, sorry, I've drawn that wrong. Wow, I'm so bad at this. The play section for kings is for peasants is this. And the play section for kings is this. Do not leave those zones in the first 10 minutes. We're going to have Twig in the game along with Tank Tom, both taking king positions. So you're going to be stuck with me on my own in the casting chair. And we will see how this one goes. As per usual with the first game of the night, there will almost certainly be some form of interruptions, just people learning the rules. If we do have a peasant that can draw around the map, the areas people should not pass, and if we have a king that can do the same, because unfortunately they cannot see my drawings. There we go. We have somebody drawing in there quite nicely to show the areas to stay outside of. We appreciate that one. Unless it's king, in which case the peasants won't be able to see it. Does look like the only person currently trying to break that one is Gandalf. Good old Gandalf joining us on the day of an epic Lord of the Rings-esque speech to start the stream.
All right, Prey.
G'day,
Enjoy
Uzi.
the casting. We're going to drop out, and we'll see you in the next one.
No worries, we'll catch you there.
All
Thanks,
right,
Big.
Tom. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah. Normally we
Thanks,
don't
Big.
have quite as many people around the outside, so it's going to be challenging. Normally we can get to... typically you can get a fusion, a T2 lab, and units. Depending on what people do, you'll either have like a bunch of static defenses on one side and the army rolls out the other, or kind of a bit of a combination of both. We do have, with all the extra people, I think we've got a person on like every single like point all the way around the map. So I expect that we're all going to get hit with basically T1 spam supported by T2 units at that 10-minute mark.
Hey, bot. Go bot, do you reckon?
Yeah, just because you
Yeah,
can't leave the
typically you'll-
starting circle.
There has been some plays with like T2 tanks as your units once you get to that point, but it's basically eco as hard as you possibly can for the first 8 minutes or so, and then make sure that you've got a bunch of units ready to push out, because you essentially need to have an army at 10 minutes so that you can push out immediately and deal as much damage as you possibly can.
Oh, should have went arm.
Absolutely.
Screwed up. Let's remake.
Welders are quite good to start with.
Sorry?
Welders are quite good, I find, to start with.
Yeah, I was going to go welders and snipers.
That's right, Ollie. Twig is on our team. Let's go. I've actually never lost as a king against my two opponents. So we'll see how I go. Much different than usual.
Apologies in advance.
Nah, totally fine if everything doesn't go to plan. Yeah, that's a 60% build order bonus. Sorry, build bonus is just already stuffed up my build order, overflowing way too much energy.
Yeah, I noticed that the win does have a serious boost.
Yeah, it'll be a bit.
I forgot the Claymore build.
What was that?
I've forgotten the Claymore build, the typicals.
Normally it's you end up with a bunch of build towers into a bunch of wind.
Low power.
Low power? What?
An allied commander self-destructed.
Ollie, Ollie, Ollie. We might need that. Like our wind's just sitting at its absolute minimum.
Low power.
Mhm.
Damn it, I'm stored with metal.
God, that was weird.
Oh, they just added some stuff to block off the, that's pretty cool.
What's the time? 4 minutes.
Oh God, that's
Did you have fusion by 7 minutes?
ideally you have it in that kind of normally it's closer to like 8-ish. But somewhere in that kind of a window. But I'm stalling out here.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Okay, I can get a fusion in. Fusion at 7 minutes and a half. What to build next?
Oh God, I overflowed.
Pretty good, you're ahead of me.
energy.
Eight minutes 50.
Thanks.
I've done messed up.
Will they build stuff that can come to the
You did turn air
side?
off this game, didn't you?
Yeah, we did.
But oh shit, I haven't got units out in time.
Yeah,
I got
messed
too
up
greedy
real
with
bad.
going to fusions.
You got 2 fusions?
Yeah.
Ten minute.
Yeah.
I got an AFIS up, but oh boy was I late.
T2 unit detected.
2-2 against me already.
Ah, my commander!
An allied commander has died. Enemy commander destroyed.
Okay, my T2 is producing.
Why is my metal so starved?
Nice, and in.
Battle paused.
I'll boost you with metal, Twig. You ready to take?
Yeah, you about to die or
Battle
something?
No, I'll just boost.
Wait, I'm happy with that.
I'm winning my lane now.
Oh no, they got spiders in the back.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
I'll
will
do that.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Nice. Okay, go second AFS.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Oh, I didn't even do my T1 production.
What is BP?
Good power.
Build power.
Obviously, I don't have enough build power. Oh, snipers are getting to me.
Enemy
Twig.
commander destroyed.
Okay,
Battle
where are you? You're over
paused.
there. Yeah,
Battle started.
I'm gonna start swinging out.
Enemy commander destroyed.
I think I've killed my bases now.
Yeah, put pressure on that side closest to me, Tom, and then I'll be able to swing out shortly
Yeah.
after.
I'm not going to survive.
So we can get around to you.
I'm sending all of my stuff over to you at the moment. So you should be getting the whole chunk of things. There's my T2 boy. Oh. There's my T2 boy.
Enemy commander destroyed.
You able to give us
Enemy
con?
commander
I'll
destroyed.
build
What do you need?
this con construction.
Yeah. Small. I should be in a fairly safe position. Oh
Yep.
yeah, we're dead. I'm gonna rush
clear
through
this
here,
out?
Twig.
Yeah, have you... Yeah, okay.
Yep, it will be in a sec. I'm overflowing metal because I can't spend it at the moment. I'm trying to set up a second base to build from. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff over there, isn't it?
Oh shit. We got problems over here maybe. There's some stuff there, FYI.
It won't be much longer. Now that that's killed, I might swing the other way. just because there's a wall on my way here, and that way I can make sure that it's all that my other side isn't about to fall. So these are going to get sent through here.
Low power.
Buildy boy, build more buildies.
You've received new units.
They just don't eat commands. So that should be rather beneficial for you guys.
An allied commander has died.
It was getting cleared out.
Enemy commander destroyed.
They have a lot of space that I don't really like.
Enemy commander destroyed. T3 unit is ready.
That's fine.
It's just me and you, Tom.
Small's getting going again. Do you need anything to help you?
Fusion would be nice if you have a spare.
Give me a second.
Or give us wind if you have wind.
Yep, yeah.
Enemy commander
I
destroyed.
just lose my Razorback, didn't I? No, I didn't.
Yep, sending stuff through there. Oh, look out, Tweety. That's a lot.
Yep. I don't know. I'm stuck in this.
Behind you.
Yeah, what's my conversion there?
I can give you guys stuff to micro if you want.
No. Oh, those guys, yeah, give them to Ollie. Maybe Ollie, I'll give you Razorback. You don't need energy for that.
Yeah.
Man, we're losing everything like crazy.
Enemy commander destroyed.
No, don't have spare to give you for that then.
T3 unit detected.
Yeah, I think there's the beginning of the end. I cannot necessarily hold off this wall that's behind me.
I'm bringing Jags up front
Ollie,
to deal with
just,
this body.
Ollie, put it in. Put it
Besides
over
me.
here, Ollie, and I'll just put these on assist. And here's 2 more for you to micro while that heals. Oh, the back of my base is dead. I didn't see that. I think that's me just about.
Yeah, this is a solid line next to me. And I have no means of stopping.
I did not realize there was someone in my back line.
Yeah, they've got enough critical mass here that things just die. We need more.
Yeah, they got.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily against a resign vote if we want to go down that route,
Yeah, me too.
because they've got enough that I can't see us getting out, because they've got T3 now as well. I can't get out my base.
I'd hate to know how much Rigeki's worth at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is an all she wrote.
What's
I'm
that
happy for
admin
resign
abuse?
to be. I don't know.
No, I support resign. This is really
Yeah.
like
You guys
Let's
you can
resign.
call it whenever you want.
Um,
Call it whenever you want.
resign. 15.
Let's go, guys.
I think, yeah, My build power. I lost the build power.
Battle ended.
It's all good.
Yeah, we do. Me was pink.
Metal energy. We must have practiced this, Tom.
Oh, I was fucked if anyone hit me at 10 minutes. My APHIS finished at like 9.5. I was playing a risky game.
I died. I would have died as well if I got attacked because I think I had one welder out at 10 minutes. Alright, I'm going to jump
I had
back in
T1
with
at 10
Gray.
minutes, and that was it. Yeah, I'll jump in there for a sec.
It tells a bit of a story here with an extra 30% odd for the peasants over the kings, and that was enough to allow them to expand and control nicely. Well done, everyone. And let's jump on into the next one. Twig and Tank Tom, how do you guys think that one went? You were the last two in there. You did very well in your own lanes, but unfortunately the overwhelming power of the OS 50s and above at the top just overwhelming.
Hey, it was fun. Definitely fun. I think that maybe an extra 5% bonus in resources might have helped. Because Tom and I both were in the same situation, just trying to greed out. I went 2 fusion, he went 1 APHIS. Didn't quite get them out by the 10-minute mark with units. So if we're a little bit further ahead, we probably could have pushed a bit earlier and then probably gone around the circles. Obviously not able to break out of our initial triangles that much. So just not enough in it for us, but definitely fun.
Still, this was a much more balanced one than we've seen on that map in the past couple of streams. I think we've had peasants absolutely dominating the kings, but or maybe it was the other way around.
Yeah, that one felt relatively balanced, and then we just couldn't quite get enough mass to then start making our way back around the circles. We then got very well hemmed in with everyone, but that's all right.
Very nicely hemmed in, and unfortunately one of the big change points was when they came in between you two.
Yeah, didn't even realize that wasn't covered, and that's my own fault for not covering both sides. I was only looking in one direction.
It is what it is. When you got a king on your other side, you sort of suspect that side is going to be safe.
I thought I had enough LLTs and beamers, but there are a lot more pawns there than I thought. I saw them coming.
Never have enough.
I was looking at it like, yeah, I'm all good. I wasn't all good.
Need some good old AoE in that case. I reckon a couple of flame turrets might have helped you out quite nicely there. Alright, so what are we moving into with this one? I'll let you guys take the explanation on this one as we set up the lobby. Just a heads up to anyone listening, we do need 8 kings. If you want to be a king, please do jump in. Bear in mind that if you have low experience in the game, it might be a better shot to be a peasant. The kings do need at least a degree of experience to not be a weak point in the middle. Got to remember that if you are a weak point as a king, you are 1/8 of the entire team, compared to if you are a peasant, you are 1/40th, which makes a bit of a difference.
Got some new names up there for those high OS. 5-head. I know that's just a name change. And Wolf Rose Craft. Actually, no, I think he's been in this once before. Treelos, another 40 plus OS player. 4 more Kings people. Jump down there, give it a go, test out your APM.
In particular, if you're a high OS and you want to set your medal up against Regeki, jump in the top left corner of the King's position. You'll almost certainly be up against him.
You mixed it up with the top right the other week.
That was evil and unacceptable.
Oh, no, that was Duffy, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Duffy. And it was evil and unacceptable.
There we go. We got, well, that is quite a strong King side.
That's all right. Tank Tom's OS 15. He'll let the team down.
He's probably as good as all of them. Because he's done this before, just once or twice.
Shush you.
And maybe 15 minutes before the stream started in practice.
Shush you. There's no such thing as practicing for this. We're definitely not streamers who don't want to look bad at the game. And so we definitely don't practice build orders occasionally and try to fight each other in King of the Hill situations to learn how to beat anything. That's not a thing that we do.
That's a lie. We very rarely. I don't think we've ever actually fought each other King of the Hill style. Just
We
practice
have.
build orders.
I mean, we haven't. Sorry, we haven't.
I've definitely been
All
against
right.
you before a few times, Tom.
I don't remember in practice.
Oh, not in practice, no. We should really do that, actually. That would be smart.
Yeah, we
especially
really
in that
should.
Claymore. There are 3 of us. That makes a perfect triangle.
Actually, that would be quite fun. Thanks, Nightmare. You can tell by my honest voice and my honest inflection that I never tell anything wrong.
Okay, we've got the right amount of people. We've got... Oh, that's one too many now. Who was the last one that jumped in?
The person who doesn't have a bonus.
I'll get you to remove them. Smooth operator.
I'll move into...
You're not that smooth, buddy. Sneaking in there last minute.
Smooth operator.
Okay, let's place those rules one more time. So people that are tuning in for Raptors for the first time, there are not as many rules for Raptors. It's kind of just 10 minutes and away we go. And I think we might see Chrono's little mod to the map as well, if we are lucky.
Very nice. Tank Tom, I think you set the welcome message to the rules for
Yes,
Claymore.
it should be.
Should be swapped over.
Updated the Raptors one. Yep, so that should be there.
Yes. Tony is going to have an interesting first game experience.
Do we want to swap him out for someone else? I didn't
there's
realize.
enough OS on your team.
Okay.
Perfect. Cover that lane. It's only one lane to cover. You can do it.
We should be good to go, I think.
For those of you wondering what's been going on, you may be seeing a exclamation mark S and then some changing of IDs in the game chat. What's happening is that with so many players, the game has overlapped a few IDs and everyone is just sorting that one out. Got to have unique IDs per person, and unfortunately, in a normal game you can balance it. You can fix it just by pressing balance, but in this one where we don't have even teams, that would just be a lot of chaos. Does look like there's still a couple. Just having a quick look through, just going to help with that if I can. Nope, we're good to go. All right,
I
changing.
think we're just waiting for people to download.
As soon as we're loaded in, I'll change scenes over. And we'll see what is going to happen.
Well, that's happening.
Black Death asking future patch. Not sure what you're asking. I think if you're talking about the map changes and the water level, it is just something we're doing for King of the Hill. One of the community members, Chrono, massive shout out to Chrono, by the way. If you do ever see him in game, or if you see his AI in game, please give him a thank you from us for setting this up. You can see those lava pools that prevent people from going up and down those ramps. Don't know how we did it, but magic is magic.
The power of friendship. That's how we did it.
Yes. Are the IDs in a future patch? It's possible that will be patched out, but it will be patched to be fixed, but running these large size lobbies is an abnormality, and it doesn't tend to happen very much in the 8v8s. And if it does, it's very easy to fix, so that'll be up to the bar team. All right, does look like we have players that are... It does look like we're dividing into the gaps between the rocks. This is definitely the way that I would be setting this one up. You do want to take as much of the... You don't want to take as much of the medals as close to you as possible. We have seen people go on each side of the rock, and that's just extra walking distance for you.
I am going to jump out, and I will see you guys on the other side.
Yeah, that's right. Bugger off, Tom, you filthy, dirty king abandoning us.
One other way that you do see this played as well is sometimes you can have a king take those middle 7 mexes, and then the rest, they get to eco real hard, go for that T3 really quickly. And the rest just doing the defense and the T2.
We have not seen that happen successfully though yet.
We haven't. We've
So
seen
that-
one with
that- I
9
would-
kings where Tom got to play that role. So in other words, that must be
That's
Tom's
true.
fault then, that it didn't work.
No,
out.
no, no. We haven't seen it successful with 8 kings. I think Tom won that one with the with being in the middle.
Surprise, surprise, we got Rogeki at the top left and a little bit of coordination going on up there. I think we'll see some strong old communism going on.
I called it, and not only did I call it, I made fun of it on stream. And it happened. I am a genius. So for those of you who have watched this one before, you'll be in the know that that top left
Battle
corner ends up
started.
being an eco powerhouse. Wow. Game started. Hello and welcome everybody to a King of the Hill where we have put 8 kings in the center of the map and they are currently fighting their way up against, I think, what was 36 peasants.
Was it
38
36?
peasants.
Yeah,
38 peasants. So we're going to have quite an interesting one. If you look around the map, you'll see this is a slightly modified version of Raptors. It's not modified in that it's a new map. It's modified in that Chrono is a techno wizard and created the ability to have lava on these ramps to keep the players separated. And hopefully that'll give us a little bit less in the way of needing to pause for these ones.
Probably the only thing we really need to moderate these days is people building the likes of gauntlets and rattlesnakes up on these hills and then taking out the mexes of the opponent, which is not allowed. There's only allowed to be defensive towers built in the game.
Exactly. Yeah. With that in mind, why don't you give us a quick rundown of those rules?
So, King of the Hills for Raptors, keeping the rules relatively simple. There is a no rush 10 minutes. We will see that lava nicely disappear at that 10-minute mark. The structures, like I just mentioned, that can attack enemies' eco, that includes the Juno people. So many times we see Junos just going in the base. It was a pet hate of mine a couple of weeks ago. I was ticks were my main form of defense, and they just all disappear with one Juno. We turn that off because it's very hard as kings to defend if you don't have the ability to spam stuff.
Yes. And with limited space, the Juno is basically guaranteed to hit one of the 8 kings worth of production of those T1 ticks or rascals or something similar.
Rule 3, I'm just posting them back in the game as well. No reclaim hack. We don't like to tell people what that is if you don't know what it is, because if we tell you, you might do it. Essentially, there is a way to kind of cheat as a king with that percentage bonus. If you know how to get free metal, don't do it. You will be kicked. Maybe after one warning. And rule 4, the most important one, have fun. So 2 minutes into this no rush timer, you know what this no rush really feels like for me? For those of you who like to travel but have the lack of motivation to get ready until the night before a 4 a.m. flight, probably not because you don't have a list. Yeah, have you built the radar? Have you remembered your passport? Have you got that sunscreen? Is your
so while we're
country?
While everyone is getting set up and doing their standard builds for the first 10 minutes, I'm going to tell you a bit of a story about what I used to do for work. So part of my job used to be a degree of business development. I used to, at the drop of a hat, have to fly interstate, sometimes as far as Darwin. And my pre-packing ritual was to not set an alarm, was to not pack, and was to head off to the airport in the morning and rely entirely on my thinking in the moment and on my body clock to get me up for the flight. I managed to do this 10 times and didn't miss a flight.
That's lucky. Have you ever missed a flight?
I've never missed a flight. Except for when my passport got denied, because for some reason in Australia you're not allowed to use a passport that's still valid for 6 months.
Yeah, okay. I do remember that actually. That is quite unfortunate. Yep. I have technically missed the start of a flight. I don't know how I talked my way into it, but
how did you get on it if you missed the start?
Well,
did
they
you miss
closed
the
doors. They
like...
closed the doors and the bridge got pulled away from the plane, and I begged them, and they let me that they reattach the bridge, reopen the doors, just a casual 120 people looking down the aisle at who's this fucking guy that's making us late for getting home for the weekend.
Please tell me it was just you on your own.
Luckily it was. It was when I was working at Whoop Whoop, doing some construction work for my previous company, and I like to fly home to Adelaide every few weeks, and almost missed that flight, almost missed the weekend home.
Yep. No, very nice, very nice. Let's move back out of story time, as we've now filled some of the early gap in this one, and let's have a look at a couple of things that are going on around the map. One thing I want to note, on the left-hand side, we do have the bottom left-hand side. We do have the green player who's very low down in the level, very close to the lava level. When they detonated their comm, it did leave a lava patch. If this happens to you, you can still get it. You might just need to use the restore command on a builder or a Lazarus or something, just to bring the level back up to where it's supposed to be. This is one of the small pitfalls of having all of this extra pretty lava on the map. Jumping into the top left side, where we do have that eco corner going, we see actually multiple T2 labs, which means that the teams didn't overly eco this time. I mean, they are ecoing quite strongly, but they haven't massively co-op ecoed. We're seeing a little bit more of that in the top right, where we have T2 being distributed across to everyone, and a lot of players and a lot of energy and metal that's been pumped into Winera. Bottom right hand side, we're seeing a similar thing where one of the players is funding the other. You can see the wins have been swapped over for those T2 mexes, so those T2 builders to come out, and they are sending T2 to the front line. It is important to help your frontline players getting those T2 mexes up. That additional bit of metal without having to go to the T2 lab can make a huge difference in whether they hold, and even if they can get offensive at the 10-minute mark. Looking in the middle, we do have some decent plays out of a lot of these players. We're a little bit late on those T2 labs, coming down at 7 minutes for a couple of these players, but we do have Shed with a 7 minute on the dot, or just slightly before Fusion. That is absolutely crazy. I'm going to be having a quick look at his build after this one to see how I can match it, because that is very, very strong. And Tank Tom greeting for an APHIS. He currently only has 6 build power. It looks like he's going to be going up to 12. At 12 build power, you can get an APHIS in 2 minutes, so we'll see whether Tank Tom does have what he needs. He has got the energy. At over 1,000 energy, you can support 25 build turrets building an APHIS, which will get it up in 1 minute, so it is possible. It is risky though, and we'll see how this plays out for him. Looking with 2.5 minutes to go, Twig, how do you think this one is going to play out?
It's very hard to tell, because I like to see it about the 8.5 minute mark. Peasants making units around the edge of the map. I don't know why it doesn't happen every game, but peasants that are in the circle that I'm just currently drawing around here, just there, not in the corners, get out a bunch of T1 and just rush the kings at the 10-minute mark. It works very well. Almost every game that happens, the peasants end up winning, because it's very hard for a king to keep up with the APM of getting their base back on track. There is probably a little bit too much OS in the middle for the kings to lose this one, but it'll all be determined, I think, by the T2 that comes out of the corners.
I reckon that these corner players are going to be quite pivotal in this one. However, with them only having the one fusion in a lot of these positions at that 8-minute 30 mark, I don't think we're going to see some of the crazy ecos that we have seen before. So I think the kings are going to have a bit of a good easing into of their positions. However, with Tony being so very new to the game, is running quite the ways behind compared to the rest of his team. Doesn't have T2 yet, doesn't have those T2 mexes, and is actually losing some of his mexes to other players who have seen that at the 9-minute mark they are unclaimed, so they are grabbing at the metal as they can. Does also mean though that they're going to have to cover those extra entrances. Each player normally only has to cover 2 entrances, but it looks like Kazork and Tiloris are going to have to cover 3 if they want to keep Tony safe and not allow an avenue into the base.
Trilos does have a whopping OS of 41, so I wouldn't be surprised if he'll have no problems covering off his ramp. I don't know so much about the pink player, Karzork. Plenty of Chevs actually. See how they go.
We have a base defense that is in range of one of those. We do have Pink has built a base defense in range of a mechs, though I would say that's almost certainly an accident because they're just trying to get theirs down. That's one of the slight problems with these positions being on the same height. And there goes the lava. That is the 10-minute mark. Let's see exactly how far this one manages to go. We do have a big rush of units from the green player heading down. We've got a mix of blitzers, of stouts, and of maces there heading up. And the only defenses in sight is a single twin guard that is not complete just yet. Question is, can units come out? The T2 factory is down, but it is still being constructed, so this could be a nice entryway into the rest of the team. Pink getting on the defense. Some ticks did try to make it in on the left side of the map, but unsuccessfully. Does look like the stouts are also pushing through on the bottom half of the base, but those triple twin guards doing a much better job of cleaning it up. Does look like we do have Wooly sending units down to clean up these stouts, and we do have some fiends coming in. These are going to successfully clean this up. There might be a tiny bit of damage, but nothing too much, provided the units are controlled well.
If everyone can see, Orange has come down to defend against Rowan Morse's lane. If Orange had to defend against some units, so if the purple player or the blue player on the right hand side did push Orange, they wouldn't have had those defensive units, and the green player would have probably made it all the way into the base there and done some damage at least. Instead, that's just a massive metal donation of almost 7,000 metal for the Kings to reclaim.
One of the things that I will note, though, is that we're now at 11 minutes 30, and just 3 ramps attacking have prevented the Kings from going up any ramps. So we're almost 20% past the... We're basically going to hit 20% past the 10-minute mark before we get any real damage done by the peasants, which is just happening now with the first couple of fiends making up. But even still, those fiends are getting picked off quite nicely by the units. So those extra couple of minutes have put the Kings I've got the Kings basically stuck in their hole.
Yeah, the weakest points for the Kings on the right hand side, the left hand side, north and south probably, but south really doesn't have much defense. A lot of the other entrances on the north, though, the north is very well defended. If you just have a look around the north compared to the south, it's kind of like defenses have been set up by maybe some less experienced players of King of the Hill. We do have a rattlesnake that needs to go down. I'll just jump into chat and make sure that goes away.
Very good, very good. I'll leave Twig to take care of that one, and I'll keep everyone up to date with the action. It does look like the orange player is grabbing all of that delicious reclaim, and they're shoving it into an Aphis as well as units. We do need to see the Kings starting to do some damage, because players like Regehi have gone into their advanced fusion and second fusion. They're just getting their conversion online, and they're going to start ticking on in a big way soon, or they're going to keep ecoing and getting ready for a massive push in the future. Big thing that I would recommend if you are new to this, get your T1 units in front of your T2 units. You can prevent a lot of damage going down on things like your Fiends, things like your Jags, if you support them with T1 units. Helps massively with your efficiency, but even still, if you have enough of them, it doesn't overly matter. Uzi defending it very, very well, putting all these walls down and forcing the units into the com getting great D-guns down there. If you are against something like this, one of the things you can do is grab units like, if your vehicles grab something like a bull will drive straight over these walls and create extra holes for you. It does look like the Kings. It is quite the stalemate. No team managing to make it very far up the ramp. If you do miss that 10-minute window, your units like the Jags and the Fiends become less and less effective, and you do need to start sieging. My big recommendation is finding a way, even if it's costly, break your way up onto the second plateau, either here in between here or in between here. Those are very good places to break up into it because you do not have players behind who can support you. And then start a siege from either side, get your long-range units, and start bombarding the players on the high ground and just fight this one like it is trench warfare. You can still do run-bys, you can still do good damage by cramming units up ramps, but at the end of the day, you will be in a bit of trouble if all you're doing is ecoing and if all you're doing is throwing jags at the problem. Sometimes it works and it looks cool, but there are almost always more efficient ways of doing it. The reason we like it at the 10-minute mark is because of that true shock and awe factor, and the fact that so few peasants are ready at that 10-minute mark to do much more than lose most of their eco to all of those units.
5 minutes in, and I think what we're seeing here is a classic example of the Kings not being able to push out. Sorry, the repercussion of the Kings not being able to push out at that 10-minute mark. If you're not pushing out and you're not doing some peasant damage, meaning that there's a front that's outside of the internal ring, it gives too many peasants the time to get to that T2 phase, and that's what we're seeing. Facing off against Tank Tom right now, a player that's been able to eco up to getting a couple handfuls of these spiders, and I don't see if there's going to be much to defend against this. Ticks would be probably the best bet, but I don't know if Tom's going to have the APM to get them out in time.
Gotta have a nice mix. You're gonna have a nice mix of those T1 and T2 units.
Did not realise he had pulses.
Yes. Those are going to be quite good at taking those out because, again, not supported by the T1 units. So Tank Tom's going to be just fine, at least for now, but has lost three of his outer mexes.
We got Trillos, the brown player, pushing in and just taking out a commander.
There we go.
And there's another commander.
And this is what I was talking about with that siege warfare. Enough units on the front to hold and push through, and then we do have the rest backing it up and doing damage. Good comm D-gun, or attempted good comm D-guns, but now the comm is going to be shot with those snipers. They know it's there and they are moving away. Comms and snipers move at very similar speeds, and all it will take is one unit to see that. And while it's going on, a lot of the eco is being taken out. However, that is going to be some great D-guns out of the comm, taking out most of that force, but I do think it will cost his life once those extra hound shots go down. There it is. But we do have a breach here, and that is somewhere that the Kings can use to continue their way through.
You can see already the APM being taken out of the blue player on the northwest corner. Having to go down means that they're now not going into the middle of the map to help defend against that. So this is what the importance. Sorry, this really illustrates the importance of pushing through at least one or two spots for Kings.
Yes. And even though even with that offensive, the brown player having to defend against some banishes that push through in front of the red player, that third extra lane that the pink player and the brown player having to take over, definitely doing a lot of harm to them, as a lot of these units going down without getting much value. All the APM is stalling. Decent defenses going on here, but I don't think that there is a counter intrusion for the Kings, and a whole series of gremlins starting to ride their way in. Gremlins can be quite a scary process. Can be quite scary as they can get scouting on the Kings, as well as doing a lot of damage. If they do make it to the conversion, they can pop conversion very, very quickly. Also quite hard to discover. You have to get very, very close to them in order to do it. Looking around the map, Tank Tom is looking to be getting on the offensive with bulls and jags. Unfortunately, though, I think that is going to be quite a tough ask. They are going to clean up these spiders very nicely. Fast units, high damage units, going to do well, though a little bit of miss micro just there allows them to get onto the wall. I would definitely be running them straight in to clean them up, just so that you can get the reclaim and keep going. You're just taking damage and giving them a bit of freedom for nothing. If Tank Tom can get up any of these ramps, there's a lot of damage to be done, but there is also a lot of scaling that's gone over here. 4 fusions for Wanira, a Aphis going down, an Aphis in the back line, as well as multiple fusions even on these frontline players. We do have Orange, who has cleared up one of the high ground positions with spiders. They've run into a base, but unfortunately cleaned up
just take your attention away.
Much more.
There are a bunch of gremlins on the northeast corner of King's base going into the center, just getting ready to make a move. I think they're kind of trapped in by these two lines of rovers coming out. And they're just going
There
to
you go.
take
They
the
have been
gauntlet.
seen, and the pink player has zeroed in on them. They are not shooting. They're trying to get to the conversion. Thankfully, though, some good body blocking is going to prevent them from doing damage. I do love that they tried to do that. One thing you may have just seen there was a missile going down from potentially an Arbiter or something along those lines. That is a real threat when you get gremlins in. It doesn't even have to be the gremlin that does the damage. It could be your own
Oh, there's a breach
units
on the bottom
firing.
left. So 2 places now breached. Pink's going through with a bunch of these sumos and fiends doing damage quickly. This will be shut down by the Razorbacks and the Tigers, as well as a few Banishers on the right hand side, but one more peasant falling now. That's 2 peasants down.
That is indeed 2 peasants down. We also have a whole bunch of bedbugs trying to make their way in from the green player. In fact, this is a lot of bedbugs to come out. I don't know what their chain reaction range is, but it is very possible that they could end up... I don't think... No, they do not have the density to chain react. The Arbiter's doing a half-decent job of cleaning a bunch of them up, but some have gotten through. Can bedbugs turn invisible?
No, it's just the Scuttle.
No, they're not. It's just the Scuttle. So.
Scuttle probably not that effective either in this game mode because you cannot Juno the enemy base, meaning that they will come up on the radars.
Tank Tom pushing into these beamers again. I would like to see him attack a different position. This is his second time running into these 9 beamers. 9 beamers kick out so much damage. It is just not worth attacking up there.
I do like that he's finally built an Ambassador. I was going to say earlier, Ambassador's probably going to do more work than the Mausers in this
Yeah.
against this defense. All the actions on the bottom left by the looks. We've got a counter push from the purple players into orange and pink at the same time. Trilos is going hard against the southeast corner of the map, southwest.
Really good
directions.
call with that Mammoth. The Mammoth is one of the best things you could get out to deal with that Razorback, and it also does quite good against those Tigers. The Tigers, unfortunately, bumping them into each other and not managing to push through. There is a really good lane of attack which has now been identified through the red base. Pink trying to get there to defend, but they have seen it. There is an arrow drawn, and that is the way that they are headed in. Unfortunately, Tony still unable to get bring his forces to bear. Does have 2 T2 labs, but only has a handful of T1 energy generation, so just not able to get those units out. Doesn't have build power either, so really struggling with this. I do believe this is one of his very first games, so that is a big problem. Does look like Regeki has come online now with his 10 APHIS. This top corner does have a 10 APHIS eco. This spam is going to start cleaning up just about everything, and I do think that the King's timer is now up, as if this starts pushing down towards Pink, Pink is going to have a seriously hard time defending it. Shivas do not do well into spam.
Yeah, you got to remember, like, the bottom left is looking bad for the Kings, but there's still 3/4 of the peasants remaining if the bottom left is taken out.
Yep.
All it takes is one king to be breached and the entire economy could fall. You can see there, through from the cream player Rowan Morse's economy, that should connect with orange's economy, red's economy, and similarly all 3 economies on the north will chain react.
There is potential though. The cream's economy is... Holy crap. Wow, cream has an economy. Cream can get very, very online right now, and if they choose to, they should have the generation right now to really start cleaning up these corners. The problem is what's happening at the top side right now. We do have that big push from Regeki, and it is going to be backed up by Banishers. You do need those heavy hitting units to try and help with this. Great amount of Mammoths though, and a decent number of Shivas going to be cleaning a lot of this up. I don't think the spam is going to make it, thankfully. So a huge amount of T1 is going to be taken out right now. During all this, Tank Tom is sieging that massive defensive position with his T3 Vanguard. So it does look like this top side is going to hold for now. And if you look at the bottom side, Cream really cranking out those T3 units now, going into Jugs and into those Demons, has the potential to crush this corner. Does look like the bottom left is holding from Brown and Pink for the time being, but with a lot of that front line destroyed, it's going to be a very hard time to hold the entire way through. The Hound's getting really good value though, shooting from this high ground position, but once the units start breaching that second tier, I think it'll be all over for that corner.
I don't see the... Oh, hang on. Check this out.
Oh yeah.
Don't say it in case they're listening. I want to see if this works. Make them use that.
Unfortunately, I don't know if they can go up.
Oh, let's hit that.
They can.
No.
They can over here.
Go in and around.
Yeah, so they're a little bit stuck over there, but they could still do a lot of damage. We will have to see.
Yeah,
I do think that the Cream player needs to start pushing more and more into the offensive. They are just going more and more into eco. I think at this point that's a pretty big mistake.
I think peasants need to come and win this soon, because when Roland comes online, this is all over Red Rover, I think.
Yes, we have got a push by the Maroon player that sent a lot of T3 up into this top side. They've broken the defenses, but they haven't gotten through to the eco just yet, and they're being pushed back by Shivas, by Vanguards, and by some T2 units. Pulling back to keep the catapults alive, Tank Tom sending his Vanguards through to start counter-firing the long range. If these guys can push up that ramp, it's going to be big damage because all of the eco is concentrated up there.
We're going to have to see some commanders get into position to take on these juggernauts.
I would like... One of the things that you really need if you're going to be sending juggernauts through is spam. If you do not put the spam in front of them, then the juggernauts are super vulnerable to commanders on these cliffs.
Sorry, I think I see something happening now. You go to player view for for peasants, and then look at where that gremlin was. We might see... I have a feeling that these vanguards are going to target. One volley from the vanguards is enough to take out that commander that is in the vision of that gremlin. Maybe
that will be quite a good play, but vanguards do look like they are backing out. Does look like a demon has managed to pop its way through above Maroon's ramp. It is going to get degunned by Rakusha, but this is an open area now, and the potential for damage is huge. So if those vanguards start blind firing into the expected eco positions, it's going to be a big problem for Rakusha, whose eco is far enough forward that it is vulnerable at this time. Looking around though, we do have a whole series of jugs that are slowly making their way up the ramps, but they do keep backing out for safety. We do have comms on the high ground. If those comms do get close enough, they will indeed be able to degun. But we do have grunts as a gap between them, and it will be very hard to make its way through those units. And as those beams do start doing damage, the units that are coming in to defend will stop. Pink is also making their way up another one of their ramps. It does look like the bottom section of the map has been taken out. We just have the bottom left and the bottom right still in this one, and they're currently massively on the defensive right now with jugs pouring through. While that does look like a comm is trying to make its way across, but it has been seen by a couple of these grunts. Shots have gone onto it. The juggernauts are moving towards it though. This could be the biggest... No. On the other side of the map, we do have huge spam that is trying to make its way in. Spam being defended by snipers at the moment, that is not the way. You need to be getting yourself up things like your... from the Cortex side, you want to be defending this with... I mean, if you've got a vehicle lab, actually, you want to be defending it with the Razorbacks. From the red side, you want to be looking at something like... from the Maroon side and from Tank Tom, we definitely want to see things like Razorbacks defending, Sumos defending.
Tom's probably got a bit of a lack of anti-spam prevention there. He's got all the big hitting units, but if he got hit by enough spam, he's going to go down pretty quick. Even just
doesn't look like the spam is holding. Yeah, LLTs, beamers, great options for defense. Twin guards, Doesn't look too bad. Does look like these jugs are making their way up. One has been defeated, most likely by a D-gun, but there are 5 on the way. And they are pushing nicely up. They're going to get this top eco. There is no there is a comm up here, but it doesn't look like it's moving into the ramp to defend. So these units should be able to get up and clear this corner nicely. These big hitters, they do take a while to get there. They do take a while to build, but they are an inevitable force that can really only be stopped by a comm or massive amounts of units, which just isn't happening. We also have them coming up multiple other ramps and clearing their way through. This is an eco. This is probably the heaviest eco I think we've ever seen out of the Kings.
Not going invisible, Green Right. If you're watching this, put that comm as invisible so he can't be seen.
Yes, and definitely don't hide next to the APHIS, because even if you are invisible, is not going to work out for you. Does look like Cream is cleaning up their corner, but players do need to be getting onto that top side of the map. We do have a massive 16 Razorbacks and 20 Vanguards that are starting to push on Pink. While Cream is doing a wonderful job in the bottom half of the map, that's not going to matter if the Kings get pushed through here. Not a lot left here to defend. There is snipers that are going to be picking these off, but that is a lot of Razorbacks. In fact, it is too many Razorbacks. I think they're going to get in. They're going to take out the spam build power. A demon is valiantly trying to hold. Demons do trade really well against those, against the Razorbacks, but the Razorbacks are in. Com does push these back a little bit. They aren't willing to walk into it and are lost because of it, but the Vanguards are raining fire down now. And Pink has lost their ability to manufacture. It does look like a couple of ticks did make it through. Just this small handful of ticks is going to be a problem for the players in the back. You do need to grab that build power and eat them if you can. But they have run through and they are in the best position they could be right now. They're smack bang in the middle of some of the build power, but they get reclaimed. No dice right there, but there is no counter spam now, and it is going to be a very rough fight in this top corner. Cream doing a wonderful job of clearing this up, but losing jugs to things like D-guns. You can only do that a certain number of times. Your comm will eventually die to the explosion of the Juggernaut, and when you're producing Juggernauts per minute, not minutes per Juggernaut, then you have plenty to work with and throw away. So it does look like the greed is going to be warranted. We did have a explosion in the back over here, which does look like I missed. But Cream still okay with their eco spread out. They could be converting a bit more, but they also don't have the ability to spend it all. Does look like Regeki has been pushed back. There is enough happening on this end to stop it, but the offensive is blunted on this bottom left side of the map as the brown player is doing everything they can to keep stuff up and running. Tank Tom doing a really smart thing, using his comm to get LLTs down. These LLTs are already stopping the spam from getting through, which is exactly what you need. We do need to see Pink getting some build power back into this front line area to get their spam back online. Twig, I've been blocking you out by talking non-stop. Take over. Tell me what's going on. Tell me what your elf eyes see.
I've just phased out listening to your words and admiring all the pretty colours on my screen. It is getting a little bit late here, so I need to stay tight. That's right, I'm casting tonight, aren't I? No, yeah, I don't think the peasants coming back from this. This is a walk of juggernauts walking around the map. There's 25 of them right now for the Kings, and unless we can see these Vanguards reach some eco, I don't see this happening. What I would do if I was the peasants, I'd try and take all the commanders apart from one and go down and attack with the commanders, get in there like Mazza's doing right now, and try and degun some of these juggernauts and create a clear path for those Vanguards. Vanguards do have a great range. Their range of 1450 can definitely reach Tom's Avises. If they can blow up Tom's Avises, that is going to chain react into brown and creams and reds.
Oh man, if red, yeah, that would be huge if Tank Tom's Aphis go down. You actually just touched on something which was in the worlds of something I wanted to plan in the future, if all three of us ended up on the peasant team, I was going to try and convince everyone except for one player in each corner to send their comms in at 10 minutes.
Along with a whole bunch of T1 spam.
Along with a whole bunch of units, yeah. Could you imagine 30 comms plus units pushing in at the 10-minute mark? That's a lot of firepower.
That would definitely hurt.
A lot of explosions too.
I'm enjoying how many vanguards that Classic is getting out. Target firing, trying to take out these juggernauts one by one.
Every time I think that the Vanguard is only an okay unit, I use it again and I'm like, wait a minute, it's really good. It's just slow, and usually by the time you're getting it, you probably need some other sort of response. But they actually do a surprising amount of damage. For example, 8 of them can kite a Titan and win. And yes, it's, you know, it's 8 of them. It's a lot more resources than a Titan, but that's still pretty impressive. It does look like Classic getting a D-gun off on one of these jugs, and he's going to get another one too. But as you can see, these explosions are taking the comm out bit by bit, and the backup damage is going to be that last little bit. Window grabbing 1 too, so these 5 jugs have been whittled down to 3, and I reckon another one could fall from that comm before it's taken out.
One thing I just saw from Rowan Morse going around with those demons, Rakusha did a really good job of de-gunning a bunch of them, but he was ground attacking as soon as he knew your commander was there, just throwing out enough fire from those demons just to clear the path for them, knowing that there's a commander somewhere in front of them, and doing a lot of damage by doing that, just guessing where the commanders are. Do you reckon the demons are OP? Like 6,000 metal, and they just put out so much damage.
Oh. You know, I don't think they're OP. I think that they're quite strong, but they do also go down really easy, like surprisingly easy to T2. A couple of Starlights just absolutely destroys them. Even Mouses or Balls of Sheldons actually do surprisingly well against demons.
Bottom left still hanging on quite well. Only one player against them. One player holding off that bottom corner has allowed for the continuous expansion of Squeezer. And who have we got there? Liquid. There are some Titans which could push, but I don't think there's going to be enough to completely distract.
I'm really surprised that this corner has still been holding on. They have managed to use their high ground advantage absolutely spectacularly to hold all of this. I think that one of the problems is that Pink has just traded incredibly inefficiently. By trying to rush up that ramp, they lost too many units, which were then reclaimed and allowed to be turned into a large enough eco to now actually properly fight back off of this. However, it is looking like it's going to be the very last of the corners to hold out, as these demons are getting wonderful AoE all over these Razorbacks. Razorbacks don't trade in the best of times well against demons, but then throw in the demons hitting a lot of them at once, and it's even more of a problem. One thing I did want to say just here, I didn't comment on it while it was happening because you were talking, Twig, but the Maroon player did use the Juggernaut as a rolling bomb to take out all of the Vanguards, just walked it up to the cliff and detonated it to destroy most of those Vanguards. Really smart if you're having trouble getting up the cliff. You can just use these things as giant walking bombs, and that was a chain reaction. Regeki with 26 fusions, but all of the conversion just taken out.
Design vote called there, rightly so. Without that economy, I don't think there's any chance of pushing through. Probably the only way that the peasants could have even done anything at the end is just keep the spam going, but take everything around to a different entrance. Try and catch things off guard.
Yeah, you don't have to attack your entrance as long as you don't lose your entrance. You can help one which is struggling if you want to. Like that is a very viable thing to do. Does look like we have the last push heading down towards the Kings, but it is being recalled for defense. Was 3 Juggernauts and 4 Juggernauts, a couple of Titans, and a Behemoth. But unfortunately, the round robin of Juggernauts and Demons is here and is stopping is stopping that from turning into an effective offense. The peasants got really close to pushing in. If there'd been just a little bit more, if some of the attacks had gone in slightly different directions or to slightly different places, or if the Forgotten Gremlin actually managed to get in and do Gremlin things, I think this could have quickly turned around on the Kings. Because of how close the eco is, it just does take one decisive blow to really knock them back and knock them out of the game.
Quite the
But
funny
in this case,
comment there from Chronographer, when demons are the spam to protect the jugs.
yeah, it's a thing. Does look like we're gonna get some chain reaction juggernauts over here. Yes, we are. So many jugs on both sides fighting each other, all getting nice and low. The explosions dealing huge damage and setting off one after another. We have so many juggernaut corpses on this ramp, it is unbelievable. I think that Rageki's jugs have traded incredibly efficiently here. But that being said, they did need to, because there were only a handful of them, and so many from the Cream player. The Cream player did a really good job on scaling.
Second base.
And this is something which you just can't let you just can't let the Kings do. This one behemoth on 110 kills, of which several of them are juggernauts. Nice job right there. The demons finishing it off with their high DPS. We do have the next wave pushing up from the other ramp and meeting the juggernaut wave as it pushes through into the last of this top left corner. And it does look like the last part of the game is going to be the bottom left side, as they hold on valiantly against everything Pink has been throwing at them. They have built up quite a Titan force and they are going on the offensive. There actually isn't very much between them. Titans are quite slow. Vote passed.
Zoom
out. It does look like a super nuke is heading to the middle of the map.
Wow, that is a very symmetrical volcano that's been created in the in the middle of the map, and my camera is doing crazy things now.
Battle ended.
Thanks everybody for playing in this one. Let's have a quick look at those stats. The one which is going to be absolutely crazy is the medal produced. Both the Maroon player and the Cream player absolutely dominating there, with 2.7 million for the Cream player and just shy of 2 million for the for the Maroon player, absolutely taking the space that they were given and running with it. The craziest thing is, though, Rageki's eco is the third highest in the game.
And even crazier, this damage dealt graph, he is the second highest damage dealt in the whole game.
I think that those were all the juggernauts exploding at the end. There was a lot of damage done, but well done to everyone in this one.
It does appear that the Kings remembered their passport on this flight.
Good job to all of the Kings. Good job to Pink, who held, to Tank Tom, who split his units around to help both of the lanes on either side, and to the Kings that covered for Red, who was struggling to get into the game early on. And really good job on the peasants for putting so much pressure in that top left corner, for holding out so well in the other corners. Unfortunately, not enough damage went down onto the Kings early enough, and they were able to scale. Let's jump on out of this one and head into the next one.
They got real close to getting in and making a lot of things go pop that time.
Yeah, they did. I did notice that you had a few APHIS at the end. Was that purely a constant APM
I was building
drain?
units.
Yeah.
I didn't have enough of a break.
You probably didn't have
typically
space
to be
either.
Yeah, I didn't have a whole lot of space, and I didn't want to stop building units to produce more of them, because we were only hanging on by a little bit for a lot of that fight. It was nice to see that one of the other Kings had made it out and was rolling around. Yeah, it definitely got.
Do apologize for my stream. That's in the background. The game just crashed. Probably thanks to those nukes.
No worries. Let's cycle the Kings out and go again.
Yep, I'm gonna jump out and cast at you guys this time around, I think.
I'll get you guys to auto boss me. No, need to be bossed again. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nightmare. All right, let's get 8 more kings.
Yes, let's do it indeed.
That one felt like a nice even fight.
It was pretty good. I think that if the peasants had been able to put a bit more pressure on the bottom left corner, I think the game would have gone quite differently, but Cream was allowed to scale with absolutely no limits.
But it's like a lot of these games, it kind of falls on that knife edge of just how much pressure and damage makes it in.
I'll get you to just check that there's no repeat kings there, Tom. For those of you that have just been tuning in recently, this is King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. We host these every Sunday, and essentially it's just a 10-minute no rush. We give some kings a nice medal advantage, or full eco advantage, I should say. And after that 10-minute no rush expires, all hell breaks loose. There's going to be a lot of units on the field, and scaling is crazy in this game. And with the help of the mods, these get quite big as well. Currently got 60 players plus in the game. Okay, please jump down, people. We want to see a few more kings that haven't been kings before. Very nice, there they all go. I'll get you to put those bonuses on them, Tom, because I am
Let's
banned
start
from doing
the
that.
bottom.
I have a habit of accidentally speccing people because it's the button next to add bonus.
Only one who's managed to do that.
I'm just going to post the rules. So a rule that did get breached a couple of times that game is the structures. They're not meant to be able to reach any of your opponent's mexes. So the agitators, gauntlets, the rattlesnakes, etc. You want to build them just so they're far enough back not to hit the opponent's mexes. Nicely done, team. Max player limits.
Lorath, you're calling for casters. What's up?
We're AllReasonNoLogic, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. We'll just, if you're interested in joining the Discord, we'll chuck a link in there for you. That is where the kings and the peasants are communicating. Oh, looking for... Okay, no worries. But I'm going to chuck it in the chat anyway, just in case anyone wants to join the kings or the peasants. Chat does look like we're rounding up quite 57 kings. What do you reckon? 58 kings. Bonus should be bumped up to 55%?
I reckon that we're still alright. We've only got an extra 10 kings than last game.
Alright.
There's no... I don't see any weak links there.
No worries. We're just going to take the bonus off of a couple of the kings. It look like they've jumped out of the kings team.
Classic jumping in there to replace 5 head.
Jansen. What? Jansen 45. You've got... We've got a player called Jansen 45. Do you know how confusing that is? Looking for 45 bonuses, and there you are with 45 on your name. Well played. Well played. I like you.
Okay.
One player to ready up, and then we should be able to go.
It's not me that needs to ready up, is it?
No, where
Is not. Looks like we're good to go there while we're loading in.
While we're waiting, probably
there we
get
go.
that snip from earlier.
There we go.
What snip?
The Discord.
Oh, there you
I
go.
believe...
Discord snip. I'll post it in our private.
Okay, so next one's kicking off. That's a win for the Kings and a win for the peasants in the previous Claymore.
Oh, we're on a nice balanced night tonight.
We always get so many comments in the replays, especially on our YouTube. of, oh, the Kings were always going to win that. Oh, there was no chance for the peasants.
Those are my favorite. I do love the ones where people come into the lobby, they say there's no way this could be balanced, or this is totally unfair, and then they leave, and I always have a good bit of a giggle. Yes, sometimes the games do turn into a complete one-sided slogging. That comes down to decisions and player skills. If a player goes really greedy and their opponent goes very offensive at 10 minutes, you can, almost regardless of what their OS is, of what their bonus is, you can almost guarantee what's going to happen.
If they're finishing their APHIS when you rock up with 20 incisors, things tend
Your
to go
APHIS
pop.
dies.
Yeah.
Alright, let's swap that scene over. Not that scene, this scene. There we go. And let's get ourselves ready for this next one.
I'm going to be back in just a second.
No worries. Twig, why don't you... Actually, we'll run through the rules once we're actually up and running.
Might
We'll just
record
give
this
it a
one
moment
too,
for
you never
everyone
know.
to load in. That was a nice group of everyone loading in. Does look like we do have a couple of players that have drawn in the lines for us, where people are trying their best to split the middle up into those sections between the hills. We do have some players that want to grab into the low ground mexes that we can see. So just to, if anyone is listening that is in the peasants chat, that is in the peasants, please draw the line of scrimmage for us and let everyone in the game know that you cannot push down the ramps until 10 minutes. I'm also just going to chuck that into chat as well.
And I'm just doing the reminder that no structures, including the Juno, are allowed to hit the enemy bases. Same with the catalysts or the, I forgot the Armada, the EMP missile. No shooting that into the bases of your enemy. It's a battle of the moving objects.
Lots of screen garbage all over the place. We do have someone attempting to start in the middle of the map. Peter Siles. There we go. They have jumped on out. With this many players, I don't think there is a starting spot for every single person. And this is one of the reasons why that plus 45 sometimes needs to be boosted up. Because if we see in that top left corner, we do have Regeki surrounded by 3 comms that are all going to feed him. 3 comms feeding a single eco is actually enough to rival a king at plus 45.
Okay, just clearing up those final rules. Yeah, maybe an extra 5% would have worked. That's my bad.
I think this one's going to be a rough one for the Kings, but we will see.
We do have a lot of experience in the middle again.
We do. We definitely do.
It's actually a higher average OS than last game, and there are no single chefs this time, so everyone should be able to protect their own lane. Obviously,
Some familiar names in there as well.
I mean, Meow Meow Classic, Ron Morse is back in there again.
Rowan Morse, how did you get back in there again? Good for you.
It's okay. We'll see if he can get to 3,000 APIS again. I will post those rules one more time. So a reminder for anyone that is listening, just read them.
Battle started.
No rush 10 minutes, no structures that can attack the enemy base, no reclaim hack for the Kings, and have fun.
Welcome everybody to King of the Hill. Joining me is Twig and Tank Tom, and together you're going to join us on a journey of 8 comms against the world. In fact, it's 8 versus 57 this time around. We did have one player that didn't load in, so their comm has turned into a nice little medal donation for the Kings. The mods might clean it up. They might not. Hopefully not, because with 57 players on the outside, we're looking at a starting eco of 300 to 60. That is a 5 times medal advantage in these first few seconds for the peasants. Looking around the map, in the top left corner, we have what is going to be one of the biggest problems the Kings are going to run into. That is Regeki, with 3 players helping him out. Squeezer, Spaz, and Wally going to be doing some pretty amazing things in that corner. I hope if we do not see sub 1 minute T2, I'll be very upset, and that is 1 minute past. Regeki, you have failed in my eyes. I'll never forgive you.
Tell you what, fuck, this is pretty, this lava that Chrono set up for us. Chronographer, shout out to you once again. You get a shout out almost every game because it does the trick. We now no longer have to moderate ticks and pawns and grunts going up there at the 2 minute mark attacking.
It's a pretty obvious line that people just visually and mentally don't seem to cross, which is just phenomenal. And hopefully we see that continue on this one. I'm going to laugh so hard because we've had so many people drawing lines about what mexes they're going to take. I just have this feeling that this is going to be a game where people are going to cross that line, and I'm going to laugh. I'm going to laugh very hard.
The best bet for this as a king is to go and take all the ones in between those kind of canyons. So looking at the red players lane, you get 1 mex from the middle, and then you get 6 on the outside, and that's an example. So yeah, welcome to the no rush period of King of the Hill. I like to think of it though as the overthinker's paradise. There is a lot to do at this stage of the game.
Tank Tom, you were just in the King's position. Why don't you run us through what you try and get done in your first 10 minutes?
So the first couple of minutes is get your builders out, get your mexes up. While you're doing that, you have to remember to start getting your wind farm going. Make sure that you've got enough build power to keep your metal as low as you can. Make sure you don't forget your conversion, and then ideally within or at that 5 minute mark, if you can have your T2 up about 1,000 energy, you should be looking on track for your fusion or APHIS and units up and going by the time you hit the 10 minute mark. If you're
just going to interrupt you really quickly. Regeki has the T2 lab and has 2 of his mexes already advanced, and a 3rd one just around the corner.
Nicely done.
At the
I'm sure
3 minute
Spaz will
mark.
hand that over as well once it comes up.
Yep. Back
If
to
you
you,
compare that
Tank
to our
Tom.
Kings, you can see that T2 labs are just going down for most of them now.
There's a lot of decisions to make in this no rush period. It's yeah, it can really break
And it
your game if
depends-
you get the build order wrong. It's like, do you build those extra wind turbines before you go the lab? Do you build the lab in the right spot, or is it going to get in the way of stuff in the future, etc.?
You get your lab down, your T2 up, then realize you didn't have enough energy whilst your energy's bottoming out and you can't spend your metal.
Yeah, there's something really magical about the overthinking at the start of this game. It's like assembling IKEA furniture. I was building the baby's dresser. For those of you who don't know, I've got a baby that came along recently. I was building her furniture like a dresser when she was born. You read the instructions like 3 times, and then in the end you end up just throwing the instructions on the floor and just doing whatever suits. It's kind of like what the King's position is in these no rush periods.
Regeki gonna have a 4-minute 30 fusion.
That is good.
That's disgusting.
I'm just going to quickly hit statistics. Not that you can read them when the screen... Oh man, I cannot read that. Pray, you've got a freaking kilometer wide screen. What are
you looking
the
for?
numbers? Just the statistics. I can't read the numbers. They're too small on my screen.
Yeah, which statistics do you want, mate?
Oh, obviously Regeki's.
Okay, let's find Regeki's in that list of people down the side. Regeki down there. Regeki sitting at 2,600 metal produced, 43,000 energy, and an APM of 22. Nothing too crazy right now, because a lot of that will have been split between the other players in the corner.
8,000 metal produced for him, which is higher than any king.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is big.
that's pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
And
Sorry,
FYI, for
you're
anyone wondering, you can hit at the top of your settings, statistics, you can hit the titles, and that will order everyone in the order that they are appearing, or that their production is, or their unit cap, etc. Unit count, I should say.
That's
Good.
And you don't have to
convenient
find Regeki then, because you know he's at the top.
There you go. Good to know. Looking around the map, we do have some defenses going down for a couple of the peasant players, just getting some walls right on the edge of that lava. Very glad that lava is there. I particularly like the way that it in some of those areas it pulses up and down to
Hey,
keep
here's a
people right
tactic.
the way back. Does
Explode
look
your
like we've got
commander.
a gauntlet coming down from M Bravo. I'll just let him know.
What were you looking at, Twig?
I've bit my tongue. I was thinking, if you detonate your commanders where this lava goes through because of the height map, you've got like a natural barrier when the no rush expires, but I forget when the no rush expires, the lava goes. So ignore me.
Yeah, it all disappears.
Yep.
All right, fusion coming up for the yellow player. It was interesting to see Meow Meow and Classic. They did go into just the one T2 lab between them. You and I used to do this, but I have found that I actually prefer building my own now, because you do get to reclaim the metals worth, which pretty much pays for that first fusion easily.
Exactly. The little bit of extra reclaim you get from eating the T2 lab is what I use to fund my fusion, and it almost works out on a 1-to-1 basis. Provided that you're producing some build power at the same time. You can get the earlier T2 constructor by working with someone, but the T2
economy
mexes
to support it is the challenge as well.
Wow, three fusion for Rigaki, just an update there.
Getting these T2 mexes is important. Each one of them does give you a 7.6, but if you compare that to a fusion, which gives you 20, or you compare that to an APHIS, which gives you 90. A fusion which gives you 35 metal, and a APHIS that gives you 90. It's actually really important to get that conversion down really quickly. And so just having the T2 builders going around doing your mexes passively whilst focusing on that fusion, I think is a much better strategy. And yes, as you said, 3 fusion into an APHIS, and I reckon this APHIS does have a bit of a build time on it, but that's because the build turrets are going down. I think they'll stall out on metal here unless people donate, but this is certainly going to be a 10 to 11 minute fusion, which is crazy. Because actually at plus 85, they're going to get pretty.
They're going to get it up.
Close.
They're going to get up in 9 minutes, just over 9 minutes actually, unless the metal bottoms out. No, the donations are coming, I think. Oh, no, that's just all conversion. Lots of metal in the bank. 1 minute and a half left. We've got a second fusion coming down for Classic. Same for Rowan Morse, so still being greedy like last game. We do need to look at what were these pings.
Yeah, units were attacking at pink. They have been removed, which is good.
At this point, we'd love to see those armies starting to
mass out. Yes.
1 minute left. You want to try and get as many units ready to go as you can, so that as soon as you hit that 10-minute mark, they're already on their way.
Double fusion for the yellow player, double fusion for the pink. First fusion coming down for the light pink player. A misplaced fusion for the orange player is meaning a late one coming out of them. You do need to reclaim your lab if you want to put that fusion down. They're doing it now, but with 922, going to be a bit of a struggle there. Red, no fusion, and maroon, double fusion. Brown, no fusion. So this is going to be a bit of an eco. The eco isn't actually too bad. It's 50% bigger for the peasants, which is a perfectly manageable number at that 10-minute mark. Units wise, though, I'm not seeing any massive attacks out of the peasants for the 10 minutes, but we do see a little bit of army getting ready at the 10-minute mark. That is, we do have a defense that is fire. Yep, there we go. It has been removed. Sometimes, a lot of those aren't intentional. It's very hard to know that building a building a unit there is going to be able to hit a T2 lab on the high ground. That's not something that people intend. So it's when you build siege artillery.
Something's
10 minutes
happened.
has elapsed. The lava will go away momentarily, hopefully.
Yeah, someone's I don't know if Chrono sets this up. There we go.
There we
There we
go.
go.
The lava has been removed. So in this case, it was a 10-minute 30, no rush time. And we do have some units making their way down from
Great
the
to see
top
these
left
ready to run
side, the
straight
top
on
right
in.
side. In fact, we're getting a wide scout from the right-hand side of the map. I really like this, trying to determine where the defenses are strong and weak, and they have found a pressure point to go in on in that top right-hand side. We do have the pressing attacks right now are into red and into cream. Decent amount of units running in. Unfortunately, they have picked a reasonably defended position and are running straight into some scorpions and some other units. The Sumo's doing a good job of cleaning them up. Red's units taken out. The units attacking red mostly taken out too, but one lot have snuck by. If these grunts can get past into past the.
That's what we like to see. As soon as you can make it past the defenses, keep on running through to the middle to try and get as much damage as you can.
Does look like
need
a
to-
single grunt has made it through. If it doesn't get picked up, you'd be surprised how much damage it could get up to. Unfortunately, it is firing on a mechs. One of the things you want to try and do is find the T2 conversion in the base and see what you can get done with it. Gonna follow
Wind
the
farms tend to
journey
go
of
pop
this.
nicely as well at this stage.
Yes, they do. Is losing some health to those build turrets. Build turrets decent defensively.
Nice to see these rovers making it in though.
They are going to
those
get cleaned
rovers
up by the
running
Jags,
fast.
but 3 of them have made it in, and it does look like they could. Oh,
Pad the
no!
target.
Oh, don't
Nice to see
stand
them.
so close.
Eaten by that build power.
Fight commands, people. Keep them at max range if you can, because max range for those rovers could probably have stayed just outside of the build power range and taken those out. But is headed for a new location, has found their way into other conversion, but picked off by a stray Sheldon shot. Do love the opportunity though, nearly made it in, and I love it. Was saying before that at the 10-minute mark a bunch of ticks were sent at all entrances on the right hand side and they identified a weakness in the top right. Now that is the ramp that all these players are heading down, doing a decent job of it. Orange is making their way down. Uzi's comm is standing there on guard, but unfortunately is going to be picked off by these missiles flying on in. Does do damage to the walls, but now there is a nice open gap. Lucas does need to get himself in position to defend just here if he doesn't want that to break through. Some fiends there to protect against the lighter units. Pink has managed to push up into into one of the peasant bases. The top, the bottom, and the left and the right, those middle positions are some of the most vulnerable for the peasants because they do not have anyone backing them up. They are on their own, and so they are some of the easiest places to crack. You need to be the most focused on being offensive or being defensive. No D-guns coming out of Leu, so there we go, there are the D-guns. It does look like the comm is going to get away, more focused on taking out the stuff that is there than going after the comm, and I agree with that. Killing a comm is not a big deal in this game. When there are 45 of them left on the map, you're better off using your units for damage elsewhere. Big push coming up the ramp that was identified as a weak point, and all these fiends are going to crush right on through nicely. The ticks going in trying to do what they can, but unfortunately the fiends in the front line great at cleaning them up. Fiends have broken their way through and cleared a path for these Sheldons. The Sheldons now doing a decent job of taking out the defenses, getting ready for that next attack, pulling them back now that they don't have a front line. I do like that. Get ready for that next attack. Meanwhile, Orange's slow offense has made it through, but there is a comm that is going to probably take out these Sheldons quite nicely, but the Sheldons have, the damage is already mostly done.
Fiends made it.
Fusion
to the
is
back of
still
that
up,
base as
but-
well.
Which base?
That same base.
Yep. Oh, yep. Fiends
that
running
conversion.
through those back lines. That player is going to have a very hard time defending from here on in because most of their production capabilities have been taken out. Red and Maroon on the offensive on the other side of the map, the top left, moving towards the Regeki corner. The Regeki corner is up to 5-6 APHIS and can come online at almost any point to help, but the longer that these frontline players can keep them backed off, the stronger the Regeki eco will become. Question is Red going to have what it takes to defend once Regeki comes online? They are not overly scaling beyond the T1 and the 2 fusions they already have. Going into T3, big risk there, getting the early T3. If they don't do enough damage with it, then it isn't going to be worthwhile compared to more economy. Yellow going with a large amount of ticks moving around in this area just to absorb shots. It does look like we've got another defensive position shelling in from the high ground. That is not okay.
Great to see the res bots coming in from red. When they pushed up that ramp, they've now eaten pretty much all the metal that they created from that push. Keeping that pressure on up there.
I'm sure that artillery will disappear shortly from the green player.
Fingers crossed. Just remember
Orange
that
on
rule
this.
does not lift at the 10-minute mark. Because the Kings are stuck space-wise, it is not fair to be able to siege with
Orange
buildings.
doing well on the right hand side now, really pushing through and about to take out that second peasant. Just decided stuff the APM and the micro with Sheldons. Let's just get a whole bunch of grunts and fans and just run them through. I don't mind it.
You have to let them group up a little bit when you're fighting up against a Scorpion. The Scorpion is good at taking them out one at a time, but because you've got this clear ramp, you can fight quite openly and not worry about running through all of these Dragon's Teeth. Just got to make your way through and do the damage. Com's going to be a bit of a hindrance, but not too much of a problem.
I
now
do
that
like the mammoths in
ramps-
this composition. That kind of keeps you cemented in that positions once you go take the ramp and get up into the enemy's area. You can send some res bots behind and essentially make a second base outside of the base of the crater. Or actually, sorry,
Yes.
the hill. I forget that we inverted.
Do your
this.
best to take the ground that you have destroyed. In fact, I think that the term is siege and hold. No, don't worry about it. Break and hold. That's what it is. Break through their defenses, then hold the ground you have taken. If you do, you get a huge amount of reclaim. You also gain access to a huge amount of mexes. Let's say you break this right-hand side of all of its players and you're up to sieging the corners. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 mexes. 10 mexes is an additional 78 metal per second. 78 metal per second is quite a lot in the scheme of things. It's also space where you can move your production forward, you can spread it out. And once those areas are taken, they don't tend to be retaken by the peasants unless there is a massive shift in power.
Typically the sides are much less protected than the fronts as well. So when you can open up those additional attack avenues, it's generally much easier to roll through sort of side to side than it is to push up a new ramp.
Rowan Morse has been left to eco again this game, and we're seeing the exact same thing as last game. No pressure coming out of that bottom right hand corner, and that is going to come back around and bite them in the ass, because you know that the King's going to be able to scale a lot faster than you, and here come the Demons doing so much work last game. They were the MVP, and we will probably see them start pushing through shortly.
Big question is, have we given this bottom right hand side enough time to scale? And I don't think so. They're going into APHIS now, but mostly stuck on fusion economy. The big question is going to be, when Regeki steps up online, will the players here be able to defend it? I don't think that there's too much pressure coming down from the areas around Regeki, which means that they should be able to focus defenses quite nicely. Razorbacks and Vanguards in position here, but we do have a counter offensive heading in. Juno's being used on the ramp. Junoing the ramp is currently acceptable. Just do not push them into opponents' bases. Right hand side, the brown player has managed to push in again, is managing to push in again to this position previously cracked. The defenses have been taken down, but unfortunately there is still a decent amount here to defend. This is a decent place for a rattlesnake, just by the way. It cannot reach the opponent's buildings, which is why it is a good place to put it.
Battle paused.
Why have we got a pause going on? Yep. Who knows?
Whose Juno is it?
Yeah, we know whose Juno it is. We'll just have to delete that Juno. Can you guys see where the Juno is? We're just going to ask for it
Battle
to be
started.
removed.
No, I can't.
Alright, the reason we do leave that Juno on is because you can use them quite effectively as a defensive weapon. So let's just say the Kings do break on one of their 8 or one of their 16 entrances, you can just Juno those ramps and the areas around those ramps inside your on your hill.
Yes, the Juno is a necessary thing to deal with overwhelming spam, but it needs to only be used defensively. The same thing applies on both sides here. If you do Juno offensively, you are guaranteed to hit something important. It's just the way that it is. The map is so densely packed. Push down here from the orange player, trying to break through, does a good job of grabbing quite a lot of the economy, but the decent number of snipers, of mammoths, and with the comm there does manage to stop them. We do have demons pushing in now, but they are unassisted. Thankfully, though, demons do have a decent amount of health. One is going to go down to those snipers, but the other two are getting the T2 lab and are starting to make their way down. Does get the comm as well, which is opening up this part of the map.
The bottom right hand side just really need to start coming online with their units. You can see obviously orange and pink pushing in, but also the light pink coming in with a bunch of tremors and SARS. There is now not enough time for Phantom and Liquid, Can, etc. to come online and build units to combat that. So essentially it's just a matter of time until that bottom right hand corner falls. I dare say it's going to be the first one that falls again.
Yep. The unfortunate thing about this side is that there is a lot of opportunity to get offensive here. The defenses for the pink player is a bunch of twin guards, and that has been the case for a very long time, but they've been allowed to super eco, and now the defense is juggernauts and demons. Not to mention you're getting pushed down from your corners. If you don't get aggressive enough, you do give the Kings enough time to absolutely and totally scale out of control, and that is what we have seen. If you do let that happen, you need to make your way in with sneaky shenanigans, things like invisible tanks, things like scuttles, things like what else can you push in there? Using I'm pretty sure that from the top of this hill you could actually hit most of this production with a tremor. So things like that, definitely an option. We do have a counter-offensive going on from the blue side over here. We have a series of starlights that are backing up a large push of ticks, but unfortunately the defenses here just very, very strong. We have we've got 10 pulsars here defending, as well as a series of constantly rotating units. Nice and strong fight there. The counter-offensive is well and truly on its way.
I find it rather interesting down there with Classic. He was only on T1 units until he scaled into T3. I don't think he's had any offensive T2 units at all down in that corner.
I mean, it's definitely worked out for him.
Still is a chance for these peasants. Obviously the top left has massive eco, but I reckon the top right, if they came along and attacked the brown lane, if they all came online and started doing units, right now it's just 1 versus 1. It's the hot green player, it's Trollos versus Ragamuffin. No one else seems to be building units out there.
Does look like we're definitely going to need some assistance for the red player, as the units have made their way down the ramp. Unfortunately, though, not managing to push in much deeper. Things that you want to try and target if you get in are the build power and the economy. Does look like red, though, is holding quite nicely, and good use of those Junos, firing a little bit up the ramp, a little bit higher up the ramp than we would like, but they are still being used fairly well defensively, so we're gonna be okay with that one. Pink has come online in a really big way, though. This massive Tsar push has just been just almost unstoppable. Is doing a lot of damage to itself, but is just rolling through non-stop, and now is coming up the other ramps. The tremors are getting there to help as well, and the demons are moving their way up on this right hand side too. The tremors there to back them up, and the Tsars there to back them up as well. Big damage is going to be done to this corner, and I don't know what they're going to do about it, because the only players that could help them have been cut off, and we do have Juggernauts making the way up the base. Couple of Bulls making their way up into the eco over here. There should be enough to deal with. Actually, there's not going to be. There's barely anything here. That comm needs to get invisible and be heading towards the tanks, not away from them. If those tanks make it back towards the APHIS, that could be a problem, but it does look like the comm is going to be moving its way towards. If you do not cloak, you are in big danger. You must cloak these comms if you want to take out those units. Looking around the map, comm has tried to close the ramp up, but we have too much stuff firing on this side of things. Pinks are offensive.
Get into red on that top left corner, hitting that wind farm.
Does look like red has been left on their own against too many players for now. We need to see those pings going off. We need to see the maroon player sending units to help. We need to see the cream player sending units to help. And there is such a reclaim field here as well that, and it looks like only the peasants are reclaiming it. That's going to be so much metal to fund more production and do this all over again.
When there's that much reclaim, it's worth throwing res bots at it. They will die.
Oh, yeah.
But they'll typically get more metal than they cost eaten in the process.
I think having
Green
this
on the
is
offensive.
going to stop them coming in a big way. They just spam will get past.
Green coming in on the offensive in the top right-hand side with only a bulwark here to defend. Orange is making their way over, but Arbiters are not the best units for defense.
Is it going to... If this
build
power gets...
power's going to go pop.
Build power has gone pop, but it does get out. Oh. Does look like this will probably be held then. But this is
continuing through.
This is a very weak point for the Kings. If they can focus enough units down here and get into the base through this hole, things like the Arbiters are going to start working against the Kings, and they're going to start raining hell down on their own teams. But the Jug is now in the way and is blocking off a lot of that. They need some solution to the spam though. It is getting cleaned up, but it can still sneak through. Does look like the top left is under control now. Red is still online, keeping everything back with Razorbacks and with those Vanguards. There was a comm trying to snipe the Behemoth, but the Behemoth sniped the comm. That Behemoth is going to stand tall for a very long time, holding this without a comm to take it out.
That top left corner is essentially holding, because this bottom right corner's been popped. The two pink players are then circling around. It looks like the other two corners are likely to go down shortly. Those Zars doing work. Once you've got that many Zars, it becomes very difficult to stop them. The eco going pop means that this is going to start rotating up to that top left corner.
Those Titans out of yellow, out of classic, and the spam doing a really great job to assist those Zars. The Zars were held up for quite a long time against the full might of the eco, but yellow coming up and breaking the stalemate, and now this is a force. Now there are forces that can wrap around in all directions. Unfortunately, Rigeki has done his absolute best to punch in over here, has ecoed like crazy. We're seeing 18 fusion up in this top left-hand corner, but the defense is just too strong. And again, similar problem to what we saw in the last game. The peasants just were not aggressive enough at that 10-minute mark and allowed for enough of these players to scale to a crazy degree and push out with limitless T3.
Yeah, for the Kings, you get to the point where spending metal becomes the issue rather than generating it.
I do see one massive final push coming in on the left-hand side of the map. Number of welders and snipers, but that will get cleaned up probably for the factors of Behemoth. I wouldn't be surprised though if this build power goes down. It's putting out these Behemoths from Royal Morse. What just happened in the base?
That might have been removed because it's no longer useful. I
Ah,
saw Rowan Morse in the pink bottom right did something similar before as well. Once he'd finished those APHIS and couldn't use the build power, he sacked it so that he could rebuild it elsewhere where it could be more useful.
It was just mentioned in chat that he was going to get rid of his asking to get rid of wind for unit cap and for production space.
yeah. You can see a lot of the factories just not on, a lot of light pink player, just a bunch of T2 factories not online now. 477 out of 477 units. Half the peasants are dead, and I don't see a comeback coming our way with the behemoths blocking probably the most powerful entrances. That is being held by no longer a Geki, it's or Elite with all those APHISes having a go at getting units out, handing them over I think for others to micro.
Tank Tom, do you mind just chucking
Yes,
the
I've
link
just
to
stuck that
the
in
Discord in the lobby?
Yeah, that link to the Discord's just gone
There
up
we
in
go.
the game chat.
Thanks for doing that. It does look like the push from the bottom left side of the map is rolling its way up very nicely through the rest, through this bottom side. Not a lot of defenses here, or at least not a lot of defenses capable of stopping 15 Juggernaut, 15 Titans backed up by 48 Zars. Interesting. I don't know how to do this command. They're moving forward while firing on a specific thing. I would love to know how to do that.
Was taught it, but I've forgotten it. It was, I mean, I'm a Greek gear,
Yeah.
so it's going to be different for you.
Yeah, would be a very useful command. Just a quick look up at these vanguards. These vanguards are up to 165 kills, which isn't the most kills, but they have been consistently firing on T3 units and absolutely devastating and preventing Red from getting back on the offensive. Does look like, though, because the bottom half of the map has fallen, that we're just moving into a cleanup phase for that top half of the map, both sides swinging around and closing. If you let the Kings get to this level of economy, we're looking at 22 APHIS plus 37 APHIS. We're looking at 57 APHIS in the middle, potentially slightly more because I did zoom in so that I wouldn't catch the peasants. That is a ridiculous amount. We're looking at a 5,000 metal income for the Kings, considering that there is only one side left.
Regeki just took out 6 Titans with his commander.
Very,
Answering
very
your question
nicely
about attacking
done.
on the move. Nightmare was just saying that it's set target.
Yep.
Yeah. So that is S for Greek keys. I don't know if there is one for Legacy.
I believe
There
it's
we
niche
go.
related.
Very useful command right there. But yes, if you let the Kings scale to this eco, it is almost impossible for the peasants to win. The peasant teams that are most successful are the ones that keep pressure on very, very heavily in the 4 vulnerable middle sections, and then push in at different times from each of the eco corners. It is very good if at least one of those eco corners is being offensive from the get-go, because they can back T1 units with T2 units. But yes, if you do allow the Kings to scale up to the point where they can mass produce Juggernauts, you're going to have a hard time pushing through. Regeki doing his best to try and take out those units down there with a comm, but unfortunately does lose it and isn't able to degun the behemoth. Zar's caught up on all the wreckages over here. That is one disadvantage of these big slow movers. If enough things die in front of them, then they can struggle to get up those ramps. Worth noting, if you ever need to defend against them, if you throw enough bodies at it, just like the Imperial Guard, you will solve the problem. Does look like the Juggernauts making their way over to that middle eco just at the top. Just making their way around. Just remember, once you are on that top level, rolling around the map is not the hardest thing in the world, because most defenses are concentrated towards making it down and out of the bases.
I was just waiting for this big explosion that's destined to happen in the top left. I don't think we're too far away from it.
I'm pretty excited for that one. If they resign before it happens, I will be very, very sad. The Kings have
going to be
burnt
enough to do it when it goes.
this one. Vanguard's really good in this situation because you can fire into the eco from a long way away if you need to. There we go, that is a huge amount of the conversion going, a huge amount of the build power, and now we just have those APHIS left. What is going to get the final shot on the APHIS? Is it going to be friendly fire from the Vanguards? Is it going to be those Titans? I think it's going to be those Titans. They are. Classic has got them heading up towards the APHIS. He has got them targeting those APHIS while on the move command. There we go, massive explosion right there. That is the last major holdout for the Peasants players. Peasants have done really well in this one, but again, aggression wins games more than defense does. This is what happens if you play too defensively. Defense can just be overrun by mad ecoing Kings. I was worried that the Kings would need more eco on this one, but they did not. 45 was the right call in this case because we did have such a strong Kings team. And that is the last commander and a big nuke heading down to the middle of the map.
Please don't crash.
Very good. Very good. Let's have a quick look at those graphs because there's a couple of things that I would like to see. Metal produced pink running away with it, but so too did yellow classic and pink meow meow cat. Great job there, guys. Doing very, very well. Being left alone, you did a great job at scaling Regeki, though. Regeki ahead of all Kings up until about the 22-23 minute mark, but then unable to match the scaling that comes from all of that. That comes from all of the bonuses, but even still was running very, very nicely with the rest of them. Looking at the damage dealt, we have tremendous amounts of damage coming out of the Kings. You can actually, this is almost certainly why the Kings did so well. If you look at those damage dealt graphs, the Kings are way ahead. In fact, the top 5 this game are all Kings, which means that the Peasants were never quite able to come online the way that they needed to. Let's just want to have one quick look at the APM. Autolab up at 109 APM. That was the maroon player. Any other massive standouts? We had Regeki at 102, just trying to make everything happen, but overwhelmed by the power of the Kings. Let's jump on into the next one. Thanks, everyone, for enjoying that. All right, let's grab a few more Kings. Rowan, you have had your fun as a King. You're going to be popped up into the Peasants team. Your eco is just too powerful.
Thankfully, even as a Peasant, you can still generate similar ecos. We've seen it done before where the corners can generate just as much as what the King in the middle can.
Not if a King is left alone, unfortunately. They can do really well in the first 20 to 25 minutes, but if you completely leave a King alone to eco, then there is no coming back from that.
Yeah. If you let them get rolling, there's no stopping them. But if you can keep them busy by throwing units at them, you've got a chance.
All right, let's grab another 8 Kings, shall we?
Can we get that unlocked? Team 2 unlocked, please. There we go. Now it's open. People jump on down there and start assigning those bonuses. Tom will leave one person to do it so we don't mix up the players. Who have we got in the list? We've still got plenty of high OS. We just had a question from Classic. Can we have the extra units pack on? What do you guys reckon, just for one?
Yeah, we can put it on for one. I reckon we can put it on for one.
I'll tick that box.
Can we get whoever put in the Raptors AI? Can we get that removed? And can we kick the player that did it?
We do ask that there are plenty of moderators here, so leave them to set these up.
Yes.
Just for those people joining in, this is King of the Hill. There is a no rush timer of 10 minutes. You got to stay off those ramps. They are now protected by lava thanks to Chronographer's new setups, and the mods like Nightmare will disable the lava at 10 minutes. There are no structures that are allowed to be built that can reach enemy mexes, so keep those agitators, gauntlets and the like away from those. You are welcome to build any defensive structures though. Junos, you can Juno the ramps, you cannot Juno your opponent's bases. Same goes for the EMP and the catalyst.
Good rule of thumb, if you are a king, only Juno inside of the crater. If you are a peasant, only Juno outside of the crater. If you do that, you won't run into any troubles.
Let's get a few more kings.
Just going to turn this one over to Twig and Tank Tom for a few minutes, give my voice a rest, and while we're loading into the next one, I'll jump in and have a look at all of your comments and answer those as we go.
Alright guys, test out your APM. Get down there, we need 3 more kings. See how you can go. We have had all king victories tonight in Raptor Crater. There we go, we got another one. Thank you very much, Mr. 13M and Subazu. Some of you can assign those bonuses as you're doing. Thank you. And there's our 8th king. Good job, guys. One more just joined last minute. I'll let you pick who doesn't get to stay.
I think that was the last one.
I think Scimitar was the last, but
Yeah.
what is this? Right, we'll get one more king moved back out, unless you want 9 down there. I'm not too fussed. Maybe let them have 9. We do have some lower OS in there, so yeah, we'll leave 9 kings down there. Everyone gets a go, and then we can let that team lock now Nightmare. And that's our kings for the next round, headed by 5-head 47 OS. Quite dominant. I think he was a king a couple games ago and definitely won that for him. We do, however, have a lot of OS in the peasants team as well.
Ooh, a lot of ones.
Okay, so for we've had 1 drop out, have we? We're back down to 8, now 7. Oh no, just when you think you have them all. All right, there we go. We now have 9 down there. And let's lock that again.
We're going to have to reassign some IDs as well.
Awesome. So this sometimes happens in bar, where due to just the phenomenal number of players in this game, on that, big shout out to the developers that make that happen. Having this many players live in an RTS is just like a childhood dream come true for anyone that loved the likes of Total Annihilation, Age of Empires, etc. Always capped at about 8 players. This is insane. Yeah, anyway, these IDs overlap and we can't start the game when they do. A few more players to ready up, 1 more downloading, and then we'll get things kicked off. Once again,
We have 65 peasants.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I think we're really, this is going to be our biggest game yet, actually.
61, 66. Oh my god. So 75 players, 21 spectators. We're nearly at a 100-person lobby.
Let's see if the
insane.
false start works on this. You guys good to go?
Yep.
All right. While we're loading in and while that is being dealt with, let's have a quick look at the questions. Yes, lava, it does go away at 10 minutes. The devs are, sorry, the moderators are doing that. We do greatly appreciate it. The command for bringing up who's streaming. Yep, that is us. We are All Reason No Logic. Links in the we're posting links in the game. I'll chuck some into the chat in a moment. Lemon did start on the wrong side, and that's what happened to his comm. Yes, so one of the things we did notice was having the when we did do King of the Hole versus King of the Hill, we did notice that the team that was on top of the hill had a bit of an advantage. One of the things that happens here is that the ramps have now turned into a bit of a U shape, which means that both players have to go up and down a ramp to get into each other. It's slightly Kings favored, but when there's 67 peasants, the Kings need every advantage they can get. Remember, peasants get aggressive. 50 incisors out of 10 players is 500 incisors attacking the Kings at 10 minutes. They will not survive that. If you can get even more, that's even better. How can the Kings win this one? They do have a plus 45% bonus. That means 45% more metal, 45% more energy, and 45% more conversion. That compounds for things like APHIS. Normally, an APHIS needs 4 converters in order to convert its energy. In this case, you need 6, and each one is producing 14.5 metal instead of 10. So you're getting closer to 90 metal per APHIS instead of 40. So it gets pretty crazy as you go along. A lot of people do question how the balance works on this one. To be honest, we kind of lucked into that plus 45%. It seems to be reasonably well balanced. Yep, Ron, you did cap out at 22 minutes on, I think, your build power cap, maybe your on the whole team's worth. When we've done the 3 versus everyone in the past, one of the things that has done us a lot of damage is the build cap. We struggle to get spam out, so we're going to have to look at fixing that before we go. Again, 66 versus 9. This one's going to be absolutely crazy.
Maybe you hit the record for this one, our biggest game yet.
I have been doing it for all of them so far.
Look at you go. Wow, so many players that we have identical colors for a few.
Still taking a second to load in for me.
Yeah, I can definitely feel this one's a little bit slower. Here we go.
Got some planning already going on for those peasants. We're not going to say what it is in case others are listening in. Just make sure you get all those boxes checked and all those lists completed if you are a king.
Yes. The things that we've seen work very, very well against kings in the past. We've seen a lot of I haven't seen the chat, by the way, because it only just loaded in for me. Things that work very well against the kings. Early aggression out of the peasants. We saw one of the best players in the world attack Twig with 50 incisors and basically wiped out Twig. I think it was the first time Twig had ever fallen in this map before 20 minutes. In fact, probably even before 30 minutes.
First time that one lane fell first.
Yes.
Usually I'm falling from the rear.
Yeah, but you like falling from the rear.
Good old reach arounds.
Then the next thing which we've seen used to great effect are invisible tanks or invisible or scuttles. If you can get invisible units into the base, you can do ludicrous amounts of damage. It's really hard though. There's a lot of units. There are a lot of units. We've seen games almost flipped on their head by just a couple of juggernauts marching their way towards the center of the map. It takes a lot to bring a juggernaut down, and if you do get into the middle of the map with a juggernaut, when it detonates, it's going to cause chaos with how densely packed everything is. Beyond that, I think let's start dwelling more upon what's going on in this game. We do have a couple of players that are trying to start on the low ground. Please do bear in mind, if you start on the low ground, you will be removed. I'm just going to chuck that one in chat.
Yeah, I've just said something similar as well. There we go. They've moved on out now.
There we go. The nice thing about this community, I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. In general, this community is full of phenomenal people. We have people on the teams who are enjoying this game that help out by telling people what's going on, by drawing on the map, by making things very, very clear for those that are breaking the rules. We do very much He's got some good little chats going on in some drawing for everyone to see. But yes, back to it. This is a huge lobby. This is an insanely huge lobby, and yet the amount of rule breaking we get per game is like 3 or 4 times. That's
it's
crazy, especially
negligible
considering
for how many people we've got in here.
It's not just the people. Look at the flag spam. Look at the flag spam. We don't have every flag under the sun. That would be way too many. But there are so many different cultures, so many different languages here, and yet somehow this works out. And I think that has a huge amount to do with the fact that the people who are playing this game right now want to play it. Looks like we've hit the start of this match. Hello and welcome everybody. Today we're seeing an absolutely tremendous sized game as we have 9 kings in the middle versus 65 players around the outside. Joining me on this cast are Twig and Tank Tom. There's going to be so much action in this one that I'm going to need them to point me in the direction that I need to be looking. We've had some very interesting calls in the lead up to this one, and we do seem to have a plan out of the peasants. We'll see exactly if it works.
I am worried because we've been talking about a plan for week after week, and if it actually gets pulled off, I'm worried it's going to break King of the Hill.
It's going to be so good.
We've mentioned it enough, but trying to get this many people coordinated together, I mean, if they can pull it off, fantastic. But it's going to take a lot of work to get it done. It'd be fantastic to see it.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I really hope it happens. The question is, are the kings going to be strong enough to withstand it? If you check all your boxes, if you do all of your things, you may well be. In the interim, in the startup, while everyone is doing all of their things, let's have a quick sanity check around the map. We do have Regeki in the Regeki corner. I really hope we get permission to modify this map, because I'm actually going to call this the Duffy or Regeki corner. I'm going to use big like year 2000 word art Regeki corner. Just going to be obnoxious about it. This co-op eco, we did see by 3 minutes that these mexes were T2, so we'll see if that is happening again. But oh my god, please let this be real. I want to see this happening.
Oh man, I feel sorry. Yeah, I definitely feel sorry for the. Oh no, maybe
if this does go down the way, that I think it might, then I'm more than happy to let the Kings have a second go at this one.
Yeah,
and we're gonna have to rethink all of our plans again.
Yes,
I mean, not necessarily. It's too hard to organize this every single game. One of the things that is super true about this, people like big units. People like big stompy robots. People like big robust ecos. Does look like we have a player trying to make their way in. They have made their way in with an incisor. Has been massively noticed, will probably be pulled back. Just going to chuck a reminder in chat to stay off the ramps.
And it died going back through that lava. Okay, a little bit less experience for the Kings than we've seen in the last 2 games. We do have some high OS, but some low OS. Also, some units already being put out. You want to make sure as a King you focus on that eco until I'd say at least the 7.5, 8 minute mark, and then focus on your units in the last 2 minutes. By that stage, you should have enough build power and economy up to absolutely throw down the units out of those labs.
Exactly,
Yeah.
balancing your metal, balancing your energy, and balancing your build power is the name of the game. If you have a look down here at Spaz, the brown player, has got a decent amount of wind, is already getting that conversion up. Good amount of build power, though could be higher right now, considering that his metal is building up and has got all 6 of his mexes. That's what you want to be seeing, and you want to start transitioning into that T2 relatively soon, so you can get that T2 level of economy up and
See that he's
running.
getting
What has happened in the
that
bottom
build
right of
power
the
up now.
map? Yeah, he's at his second base, but I'm looking at the other blue player.
I think a lot of people gave their comms.
Okay. We're going to see some nice free hands to micro at the 10-minute mark from that corner by the looks of things. Economy is looking
We
quite
do
good for
also
the peasants. Not as
A
strong.
bunch of people got the same ID by the look of it.
Okay. That makes sense. Unfortunately, that can happen, and when it does happen, this is exactly what the going on is. That little snap there was the map changing for some reason. I think the lava level might have been fractionally adjusted. Not entirely sure, but it does happen every now and then as the moderators keep us nice and going. Whew. That's a number right there in the top left-hand corner. That's going to be pretty interesting. I do think that if they went into a little bit more eco before this, they might have squeezed out more by the end, but I am not the expert. Regeki, with his massive OS, is
No, he's on track
probably
actually to
better
get
at
more
this than
than
me.
when I had X Factor annihilate me. X Factor had, I think it
50.
was 50. No, I reckon it was 65. And already up to 42 there from Regeki. So I think, yeah, I think we're going to see more. Maybe being fed a
haven't
little.
Heard that panic-inducing bang, 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 bang of comms going.
Man. Yeah, when we've tried to do AllReasonNoLogic versus the world, the thing which concerns us is when it starts at 50 comms, and by the time the 10-minute marker goes up, there is only 30 left. But we are starting to get some concerning bangs. We'll see how that one plays out.
Would love to see the economy scaling more for some of these kings.
Yes. We are certainly
a little, yeah, I'm feeling a little bad. Maybe we need to see maybe towards the end, just the Nightmare can do one of his little sneaky drops in the middle of the map. Once we can already
we'll see how it goes.
The feet on the horizon.
I don't think that we should spelling lol with the tanks in the top left corner. Thanks, I do appreciate that. Casters do enjoy those little bits and pieces. You are classic. You've caught my attention, and I am pleased.
I want a longer word out of Regeki with all those incisors.
Can you spell anti-disestablishmentarianism from with those tanks, please?
I cannot
Thank
be
you.
stuffed trying to spell that.
That's why I picked the word. Oh, look at the bottom right-hand corner.
We get an ARNL.
3 minutes.
We are gonna see some fireworks when we hit the 10-minute mark.
Please tell me that Rakusha's in on this as well. Doesn't quite look like it. Looks like Rakusha's going into eco in that top left corner. What about the bottom left? Doesn't look like units spam out of them either. This is going to be quite the there we go. Regeki, I see yours as well. Your tribute is seen, acknowledged, and accepted.
I reckon that should spell out ARNL. Okay, for those tuning in, this is not what we usually see. We're seeing a lot of units coming out of the peasants, which we love. This is going to maybe change things for the King in the Hill. Usually you'll see Kings eco hard up until about the 8 minutes, get up either an APHIS or maybe a couple fusions, then go into mass units. Quite a lot of greed comes out of peasants in most games, but we're seeing a little bit less greed than usual and a lot of units.
Hold on, just had a
I think some of these levels get reset slightly to fix the comm holes from explosions creating lava.
We've had one of the kings building some offensive agitators, which is not
Looks
good.
like they're eating low, so that should be okay.
Good. And it does look like we are now sitting at a minute 20 out, and the unit count is piling up across the map. Just doing a quick bandbox to select to grab all the units. One of the things that, if depending on what your settings are like, you won't grab non-combat units if you do this. Look at all of the white that shows up around the map when you do this. We have an absolute boatload, 154 ticks, 20 rover equivalents, 130 pawns, 350 incisors on the map so far.
Are we
This
going
is
to get
going
the
to be
fastest
a
King of the
good
Hill
one.
that we've ever seen for Raptor Crater? I have a feeling this could be it.
I feel like this is gonna be a very aggressive start coming out for the peasants.
I'm so excited for this. I can't even express.
This
I've been
feels like
wanting to
it's
see
the-
this for weeks.
You're going to need a neck brace by the end of this one because you're going to not know where to look.
Oh my god. Alright, sorry, 20 seconds left. We're all just freaking out because we're so excited. Handful of units around the map to defend. The kings are not going to be ready for this. 5 seconds till the lava drops. Look at the massive units that's ready to go. There we go, the lava has dropped. Let's see this mass level attack. All sides, 3 of the sides pushing in very, very strong. Sorry, 3 of the corners pushing in very, very strong, and a spattering of units from everywhere else on the map. This is going. I want to see the panic. I want to see the pings. Does look like there's a completely clear game has frozen for me.
Yep,
Oh, no.
all of those units trying to path. You can
There we
feel
go.
it thinking.
That is just a complete walk over the defenses against the yellow player. Oh no, maybe sucking a comm is the best way to do something about this. My game is
Oh, you
shaking
have to sack
everywhere.
a comm in this situation. You
Can
have to
feel
sack
those buckles clutching.
all the comms. This is complete and total annihilation. All sides pushing in. We already have the cream player falling. Com is already down. Eco is already down. The green player now making their way into Brown's base. This is absolute chaos. This is incredible.
This is glorious.
Oh man, good on you, Regeki. You've
Viva la
broken,
revolution!
you've
King's
broken King
doing-
of the Hill.
Everything that they possibly can. Look, we've said it. We've said it from day one. If the peasants
Aggression
tried
wins
hard enough,
games.
and that'd be absolutely it.
That is how it is done. We have seen King of the Hill ended in less than 2 minutes.
Does look like the Kings have managed to call in the Royal Guard. They have got a Titan defense force, but with only 3 comms left and a lot of APM going on right now. This is essentially going to be the end of the Kings.
Come all the
Look at all
commanders.
the comms walking in. Well, let's hope the comms have enough energy to degun some of these. Unfortunately, not. We do have a whole series of leveled up comms in the middle. Going to be trying to defend this one, but a phenomenally good job out of the peasants.
Oh boy, that was different. So there you go. King of the Hill is now broken. That is
We've
how you
told
beat the Kings.
you, units are good.
Oh, that was too good to watch. Absolute whitewash for the peasants. Nicely done.
Yep.
And now, pretty much. I mean, yeah, the Kings could win just with this amount of Titans.
It's definitely an all or nothing, but when your all is basically every single ramp, you don't really need it in round 2.
Yeah. Oh man, that was excellent. That was absolutely excellent. Good, like really good job on the peasants. I'll be curious if this can be pulled off. I don't think this will be pulled off many times, even though it's a winning strategy. I do think it will increase the aggression, which is a good thing, but I don't think that they'll be able to do this. We had all of the top level players grabbing 3 of the corners and getting into this and encouraging everyone to do it. Only 11 comms left for the King's side, of which most of them are walking up ramps right now offensively. Sorry, we're not doing a very good job of commentating this. We're just
It's all quite amazing.
Yep. We're absolutely blown away by this. We've been talking about it for weeks.
And it's no longer King of the Hill, it's King of the I am not in the hill anymore. I'm just off to throw the ring into more Mount Doom. They've gone for a walk.
Yeah. So just bear in mind what the power of numbers can do. And the willpower of a small dedicated people grouping everyone up together and overwhelming everything all at once. Great job, everyone. Yes, those comms are more OP than the Titans. However, they're also easier to kill than the Titans. So,
you reckon? I reckon they're much harder because they've got multiple.
They have way less health.
That's true. The health is a lot less, and they can just. Their range is just crazy at this stage of the game, though, and you can't degun them, but you can degun Titans.
Yeah, that's true. You can degun the Titans.
And they do not have less health by the looks of things. That took no damage.
It does look like the bottom left side of the map is pushing back with their own Titans. They've managed to match the Kings on eco in this one, but those super comms are going to do a lot of damage right here. No one with enough energy to overly power all the Titan lasers too, which is making things a bit hard. And it does look like green pushing back in at their corner as well. Those comms doing a great job of taking out a bunch of these Titans, but they are falling as well. Looks like the peasants have managed to take this one out for the first peasant win of the night on Raptor Crater. The largest game. This is the largest game we've had so far, and when the peasants all work together
as well.
Yes, it was definitely the most convincing win we've seen to date.
Without the interjection, that was a 2-minute loss for the Kings.
Yep.
We'll slowly see these wrapped up now with just 8 commanders to go down. Spazzo's got a few on the bottom left. We got Outlaw with the rest of theirs. These super comps just do so much damage. They do have 65,000 health, so it'll take a while to kill them. And that shield as well.
They do work surprisingly well in groups. Some control D'ing going on these Titans, just playing around a little bit. But I reckon we will wrap this one up and start looking to do the next match.
Yeah, 6 comps to go.
I think I was wrong. Those comms are way more powerful than the Titans.
Yeah, definitely. Ticks at least making a surround bonus, so that health going down a lot faster as soon as those ticks are on the rear.
Yes.
I love that reach round. 3 left. Buzz is about to fall. We've got 2 from Kaz.
There we go. Nice healthy one over here. And where is that last one? Oh, yep. 2 over here, one of them quite on the offensive, and the last one starting to get cleaned up by these masses of units. The surround bonus doing quite well, but the shield holding up very nicely. The ticks doing decently inside, but no energy for the comm to fight back.
So what do we do next game now? All the peasants know how to win.
I mean, what I'm hoping is that people take from this what the lesson that it is. The kings can't just greed, and the peasants can't just sit back. But like with a lot of things, if all of the kings focus down one entryway on the way out, they could wrap the whole map. If the peasants focus all entryways on the way in, with every player getting aggressive like this, then the kings can't win. There's always ways
always
of dealing
some
with
gaps.
this. Yep, it's like
And
a
if you're
6 pool
pushing-
in StarCraft. It's a very, very strong tactic. That can finish a game in moments. However, despite it being so strong, you don't actually see it that
Battle
often.
ended.
And there goes the super nuke.
We won't be reading any
Alright.
stats on this one. The
No.
graphs are a little bit different. Nicely done, peasants. Finally, we got to see what we've been talking about every week, and that is people actually building units in Beyond All Reason at that 10-minute mark.
All right, kings who want to stay in as kings, you're more than welcome to. That was a very much so a wash, but you may not want to stay in after that one.
Alright, I'll be back
Let's
in
just
2
make sure.
minutes.
No worries. Rigeki, thanks for joining us. We do really appreciate you playing. We hope you had fun, and I hope that you really enjoyed helping coordinate that one and push on through with those T1 units. You did a very, very good job. Jumping on into the comments. Cafe Beans, this is a lot of players. This is fairly unusual. Yes, basically we identify the player base by color. There are too many players and too many names to deal with it. Looks a Rabby looks like a this looks great. Yes, this is Beyond All Reason. This game, it's currently the game is relatively new. It's not fully released yet, but it is available for free. If you enjoy it, do feel free to donate to the creators of the game. What you're watching right now is King of the Hill, which is a game mode run by AllReasonNoLogic on Sunday nights, not the common variant of it. This is an RTS, and we have just co-opted it for our own amusement.
For those that were asking, looking at the official bar Discord, it looks like there's almost 1,100 players in game currently, and of those we have is that 90 odd, 90 to 100 in this lobby currently.
Yep. So we're doing quite the well. Does look like some of our top end of the player base have dropped off for tonight, but we are also playing in the Australian time zone. So that is not unexpected, considering that it's probably a pretty weird time elsewhere in the world.
Looking for a couple more players to jump down into the Kings. And I'm gonna see
So
that.
this event is done at 9 p.m. Australian Central Time every Sunday. Potentially not next Sunday because of personal commitments, but I think Twig might be running it. We'll see. But yeah,
now, I'll probably just cast next week's on our original channels
Yep.
because I'm not going to cast. I'm going to play next week. It's, without you in the hot seat, Prey, I don't have a chance of speaking for that long.
no worries. So yeah, it won't be on the official next weekend, but the game mode will still be played. It might be a bit smaller though. Just depends on the mods. We'll work it out. We'll put an announcement in the AllReasonNoLogic Discord.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Do we have any peasants currently with a bonus? No, we don't.
Not what I can see.
Good.
Classic,
just
actually,
gonna-
from Greenland. Very small population up there. Good to see the representation.
We've got quite a global representation here at the moment. Flags from all across the world.
We do
I'm just
need.
trying to see if I'm testing my flag knowledge at the moment. I really love that feature of Beyond a Reason. Some of those flags that aren't so common. Trying to remember what they are. Ray, did you want to play one at all today?
No, I'm quite happy sitting in the casting seat.
I don't mind that idea. I did float it in the past rather than do a King of the Hill for every now and then, maybe once a month, where we'll just drop this into a 40 versus 40 to finish the night off. But tonight we're going to probably finish it off with the Legion game.
Fair enough. I do like those.
Stolen Victus.
Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to balance the teams out. There we go. We do have 9 in the... Oh. We went from 7 to 9 to 11 in a couple of seconds.
I think we've gone 2, 3, 6, 7, 8.
One more.
You're the
9's
last one.
fine. 8's ideal, but yeah, 9. I find with 9 you can have one player taking the 7 mexes in the middle, and then each of the other kings gets 6.
Yep. So who is being bumped out of this one?
Do that.
To bring
I
it
can't
down to
remember which one
9.
was which.
Make a decision, Tom. You're the boss.
That one. Not do force spectate like Twig's done before.
All right, let's lock those teams. Very good. Looks like we're going to have a 9 versus 70.
I think we want some bigger bonuses for
Yeah, okay.
the
We'll
middle, don't we?
throw them up to 55.
Yeah, I'll start at the bottom.
Tom starts at the top, and I'm just going to sit here with my feet up on the table so I don't kick anyone out of the game by accident.
Those of you wondering where that joke comes from, if you watch back on some of our earlier streams, I think Twig 3 times in a row kicked people who he shouldn't have kicked.
The spec button is right next to that add bonus.
I was like, why aren't the bonuses changing? It's because I'm giving them plus 45s, not plus 55s, because I'm dumb.
Someone's got a crush on Shadow in the Sky.
Yeah.
Spicily done. Not sure if there'll be any after. I suspect not, but that's not up to us. We're just doing the King of the Hill tonight. Though I think, as Twigger said, in the future we might try to time things out to do that. Alrighty then, let's start getting this one underway, and then I think that the next one will probably be our last one after this, and we'll chuck Legion on for that.
I hope this one doesn't go too long.
Well,
sometimes we can see these almost go for an hour. That will put it till about 1 AM for us.
If it does go, if this one does go for an hour, then this will be the last, but we're not intending it to be.
Do you have to be responsible and all that shit?
Yes. Where is Armus? Anyone see?
Right, well, Tom's mumbling away, figuring out who's what there. That's just the ID issue, I'm assuming. We do have problems with overlapping IDs, which mean that either the game won't start, or if it does start, a bunch of players are going to be controlling the exact same army, which can be fun, actually. I've played a few games. It's kind of like that join as command that was around for a little while.
I would love for the 3 of us to have one ID and take one of the corners. 3 comms, 1 ID, 1 corner. That'd be so sick.
That'd be kind of wild.
I'm sure these mods know how to make that happen. Things for another week.
Just want to throw out a quick thanks to everyone who's watching us tonight. We're approaching 100. Actually, we're approaching 185 concurrent viewers, so we really do appreciate you tuning in to King of the Hill. Hope that we're providing you some good entertainment tonight. We do our best in lobbies and while we're doing things to multitask, but none of us are the absolute best at it, so we appreciate you sticking around between the matches while we kerfuffle about.
Just a reminder as well, there is the Discord for anyone that wants to talk to people in their corner, eco together, etc. There's a few channels in our Discord. I've posted those links a few times. I'll do it one more time. No, that's the rules. There we go. Posting it now.
Please tell me you posted the rules in like Twitch chat.
Lucky I did the game first. But you know what? No
been
one
good.
would even blink because I do shit like that all the time.
Alrighty then. Wow, we've got everyone loading in. Fingers crossed we get a bit more of a balanced game this time round. If not, we're gonna have to work out some sort of I don't know what. Actually, that's a really good question. While we're setting up, let's just say that this does start turning into a rush the Kings down at 10 minutes. What is the solution to that?
More kings or bigger bonus? I don't know. Because what beats an incisable? Let's say there's 60 coming up a ramp. Probably need
A bigger incisor ball.
Yeah, a bunch of jags.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you have a decent chunk of jags, they should take them out, shouldn't they?
Yeah, even just some welders blocking the gaps, and
If you guys know what the actual
Mines.
counter to
mines. Yes, of course.
Mines solve a lot of problems, thanks Chrono. Zars solve a lot of problems. Fat Boys would solve a lot of problems. I'm liking
Walls would
I'm
also
liking this
stop
from
this.
chat. We're too dumb to be
What is happening here? Yusuf, I can't tell if they're meant to be they are a peasant, so
Yusuf is a peasant. We just have some color overlap because there are so we've got an orange peasant and we've got an orange peasant and we've got an orange king, which is going to be hard to keep track of. In fact, we have two orange peasants.
alright, we
Oh
can
dear.
get
Just
this one
a
going.
reminder, stay out of the middle.
Yeah.
So it does look like Yusuf is probably going to end up losing their comm if they don't
There we go.
stay out of the middle. There we go.
Let's kick things off. Everyone's had enough
Yes.
time.
It's going to be interesting to see how the
Battle started.
dynamics and meta of this changes over the weeks. It seems to be that every week we have a bit of a theme. Tonight feels like it's the incisor rush. So it'll be interesting to see how the dynamics change for next
I-
week, because suddenly there's
Oh.
going to be some counters, I'm guessing.
I wouldn't actually say that tonight's was the incisor rush because it's only happened once. Tonight's been the night of overwhelming ecos and juggernauts. We barely ever see juggernauts, and we've seen two games that were just full of them.
That was some good games actually. Some real, they were real tough pushes, but just because the likes of Rowan Morse didn't get pushed, he just simply got to eco. And if you are a king and you get to eco, I'm going to just jump back a sec. The reason we do 10-minute rush is it is the perfect balance, and we've tested it previously quite a bit. It's the perfect balance of not allowing the kings to abuse the eco too much, but also giving them enough time to have a tech advantage when the no rush elapses. So yeah, he got to go for 23 minutes, and it is exponential with how many aphids you can build in that time if you do not get disturbed as a king.
So just as an example, both Sorry, what was the king that scaled
Rowan
really
Morse.
hard?
Rowan Morse.
So both Rowan Morse and Regeki scaled for approximately the same amount of time. Regeki was able to get up to approximately a 15 APHIS eco. Rowan Morse was able to get up to a 30 APHIS eco. Regeki's 15 APHIS were producing 600 metal a second, and Rowan Morse's was producing 2700 a second.
That's with that 45% bonus.
Yep. So enjoy some stream math. I'm sure you can tell me that I'm wrong, but that's the difference between a king ecoing madly and 3 players ecoing madly over 22 minutes. So the 10-minute no rush and the plus 45 bonus, so in this case it's plus 55, which we made that call because of the OS and the level of the players
outside as well,
and the sheer number of players around the outside. We have 67 players. Sorry, no, we had more than that, didn't we? I think we had 71 players minus any who dropped out against 9 people, and the bonus eco is almost certainly needed. If you look in the top right hand corner, it's 112 for the king's medal income, and it's around about 800 for the peasants. Do bear in mind though that for the peasants to be effective, they're all going to need labs. They're all going to need to invest in energy. They're all going to need to invest in everything, and so a lot of that metal does get consumed to duplication that the kings just don't have. And looking at our kings, we do have a 3-minute T2 out of the yellow player. That is quite impressive. They have grabbed only a couple of those inner circle mexes because it looks like with the 9 kings they haven't been divided equally. The way that we would recommend it if there are 9 kings is to throw 1 king in the middle with those 8 mexes. Thank you for that convenient drawing right there. And then for each of the others to take one of the gaps between the inversed rocks. That's the general that we would recommend. That gives each of the frontline players 6 mexes and a player in the middle to eco like crazy, and then swap over to units when needed in the middle with 8. 8 is a very, very strong amount of metal. We know with 7 and not having to worry about building defenses or units, you can get to double APHIS by the 10-minute mark if you really push it.
And Tom there drawing a nice rising sun flag from the old Japanese flag.
But it does nicely set this one out. But when you do have players going into all of the inexperienced players, you do end up in a situation where random mexes are taken for random things and many mexes are left untaken. We're nearly 5 minutes in and there are 3, 4, 5 there are 11 mexes left untaken in the middle of the map. That does not bode well for the kings.
Yeah, that really makes
I
it
find
three
first
metal per second each. So that red player there not taking 5. Quick maths, 15.
15 metal a second over the course of 5 minutes. That is 300 seconds, which means that you're looking at 4,500 metal. Wait. Yeah, 4,500
Just
metal
say it with
missing.
confidence, and even if it's wrong, people will believe you.
I want to be right, damn it. If you ain't first, you're last.
It is looking like we are getting the typical communism in a couple corners, and I do like that because the Incisor Rush was just a little bit too OP last game, so we're going to see something a little bit more natural.
I'm
that Incisor
genuinely surprised that it is happening in the top right-hand corner, though. That is going to be quite a rough one to defend this time. Stouts and Pawns, that's actually a really good combo.
It is similar to the old Supreme Isthmus tactic of just convincing your entire team, apart from the air player, to just go into brutes and stouts, and apart from maybe one of the sea players. And I've seen that
on this.
I've seen that.
Wait.
Have we got Legion on?
Yes. I was trying to work out what the unit was that looked weird. But over on the left-hand side, we've
not
got some
seeing
Legion
it.
units.
Oh, I know it's actually
At
in
least-
its pack. Cortex
Okay,
extra
don't mind me.
units.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, I'm
Unusual
not
things
seeing.
I'm not used to seeing.
I was looking for the wind, and I was like, where be the wind?
You know, that
Where
bot
be
lab
those
does
beautiful
produce
spiral
the
winds?
archaic Karkanos.
Yep.
What was I saying? Yeah, that Supreme Isthmus Rush, the Brutes and the Stouts coming out at the, I think about the 4 or 5 minute mark, maybe the 6 minute mark was a tactic. The frontline players still play as that typical push back and forth with the opponent, and sneakily in the background 5 other players are just building those heavy tanks, and once that 6 minute elapses you just rush, and that is enough to just quickly wipe out the entire opposition. I do remember trying to coordinate that when I was trying to raise my OS back in the day, especially in those mid and low level lobbies. It takes them by surprise and does get a win quite easily.
One of the things that I've been in a game where that tactic has been used against me, and the air player, to their credit, absolutely decimated it. There was no anti-air with it, and they perfectly controlled their shurikens and allowed us to grab a huge medal donation. The team surrendered after that. It was only it wasn't a ranked game. It was just unranked, but it was still. I thought we were completely done because I died. The player behind me died. But then we got right back into it, and then they FF'd.
Yeah, I'm not loving the king setup right now, the red player.
Oh, yeah.
I did not realise that they were a single Chev. We try and enforce a minimum 3 Chev for kings, but we must have missed that one in the setup. And now we've got Megatron taking the extra mexes, our friend from Greece. And lots of metal,
And
not enough energy.
Unfortunately, we're 8 minutes in, and we've got only we're not too bad. L13M has got 2 fusions down already, which is pretty strong. Their lab is coming up now. We do have others fusions coming down around the map. I thought we had an APHIS coming up for a second. We do have an APHIS coming up from Pink. Going fusion into APHIS is a pretty scary thing to do after last game. And it does look like their opponents have learnt from last game. We do have grunts, we do have stouts, we do have ticks, and we do have pawns getting ready to pour down those ramps.
10 different armies have been set up for the peasants so far, so we are going to see about half of those lanes push through. And probably the most skeleton I've ever seen the King's defenses set up. Only 2 entrances having any sort of static defense.
Well, one of the things that I use as a gauge on how things are going, the Kings is currently sitting at 500 metal, give or take, reclaim a second. And if the Kings are not up at 800 metal a second by the 10-minute mark, they have a very, very rough game.
40 seconds left, not many units coming out, not many defenses on the right-hand side. It's going to be tough going. Thankfully, though, that's probably the only part of the map that doesn't look like there's much of an army forming. We do have 28 incisors there and 13 blitz ready to go on the bottom
If you
right.
bandbox the map, you can see all of the white units, and you can have a count up down below. From the peasant side, we look to have about 20 brutes, 50 thugs, 150 ticks, 80 grunts, and 70 grunts and 80 pawns. As we go into that 10-minute mark, the lava should disappear shortly. Then it will be open season, and it does look like one of the attacks is going to go into red that has no defenses.
Battle paused.
We've hit that 10-minute mark, so the lava should be going down in a second here. We might need to unpause it to achieve it, though.
Let's just get confirmation from Nightmare that that's possible. There we go.
There we go.
Battle started.
And we do have some big pushes straight in, and two of the biggest pushes are going straight into. In fact, 3 of the pushes are going straight into some of the most undefended bases that there could possibly be.
Great use
Good
of those
defenses.
walls up on the top right there, completely stopping that push from coming in. We're doing a good job of delaying that.
Does look like Pink has gone far too much into eco. Fusion into APHIS into tier 3 is definitely not a winning strategy when there is aggression going on. It has stopped the first lot of ticks, mostly because they centered themselves around some grunts, but it does look like 2 groups are going to make their way in very nicely. Pink doing their best to defend, but being pushed back into the base as well.
Are we going to see splitsies here? I think these pawns just wrecked themselves when they could have probably got that APHIS too.
Yes.
And this is the danger of the greed. If you greed too hard and don't have units, and you've got no way of defending yourself, you need to make sure that you, even if your eco is not where you want it to be, at that 9-minute mark, you're focusing on getting units out so that you've got something.
Right. I've told the guys not to add any extra units this time so it goes nice and quick. What we're going to do is increase the bonus for the kings because it looks like the message has got through finally to the peasants. If you build units, you will win the game.
Yes. Very, very well done. But as you did see from the brown player, that single Tsar with a couple of twin guards was able to completely stop the attack over there. So your theory crafting was 100% right. The Tsar is a unit that can completely shut this down. Think about how you stop incisors in game, particularly when you have a choke point, and the answer is a Tsar.
Looks like 2-all for kings and peasants tonight.
Yes,
We'll have one final game.
There we go. Yep, unfortunately, the peasants just weren't. Sorry, the kings not quite able to do this one with the extra aggression, and also just that really was a very sparse defense. You normally see a lot more out of the kings at this point. At the 10-minute mark, we see lanes sort of like this with beamers, with the walls. Not necessarily the walls, but enough to defend against this. Unfortunately, this time that was not the case. We just had completely open lines into red, into pink, and mostly open lines into the light pink player.
I don't necessarily need the static defenses to completely stop a push, but if it's enough to deter that first T1 push, then it's done its job.
My advice: put static defenses over one entrance, put units over the other. You can get, if you're only defending one entrance, you can make a pretty solid fortress.
This looks like we're pretty much done.
Yep, just chasing down those last couple of comms.
I'm just thinking, what should we do next game? Should we more kings, higher bonus? Probably depends who your king is as well. Obviously those players with a bit more experience.
There we go. That should probably end the game right there as the last comm goes down. All right. So 2 quick wins from the peasants, showing just the sheer power of aggression. If you let the peasants get past the choke points, they tend to run riot. Let's set up that next one and see what we have to do to bring. Oh, what happened to the lobby?
Yikes.
It looks like we broke it.
That's what 3,000 nukes does.
That's right. Anyone
Alright.
who wants to jump back
Go
in, do feel free to.
Hello MV Pete in the chat. One of the OGs of King of the Hill when we first started these lobbies, and yes, it has got quite big lately.
Good
Meow
day,
meow, more
Mr. Duffy in chat.
Oh, Duffy's there. Hello, hello. Out drinking with his mates tonight. Duffy usually in that top corner doing damage like Regeki was earlier tonight.
Yes.
Meow suggested that a bigger grace would be better. We have practiced this a lot, and we do find that 10 minutes is that sweet spot of having that tech advantage. If you go much further, too many peasants have more of a tech advantage, and it does become very hard to defend against a lot of T2, whereas you can abuse the T1 with your T2 as a king.
Yes. Couple of comments in there. Duffy just saying the kings need more units. It's very true. You actually do have to defend as the kings. Chrono mentioning that with this many peasants, there is too much metal on the peasant side. This is also true. The peasants starting with 71 people means that their starting income is absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. Just the comms alone are generating 140 metal a second. Yep. More defenses needed. The kings have to stabilize. The big thing to remember is if the kings do early invest into those defenses and the peasants push them, the amount of reclaim you can gain as a king will boost you back into the eco game, no questions asked.
Let's round that bonus up to 60 now, I reckon, Tom.
Yep, we can do that.
The problem with the higher the bonus goes, the more incentive that the peasants have to attack early, because the kings will scale harder and harder and harder.
Yeah, that is right. Just testing it out tonight. I mean, this one is going to be Legion. I do hope we see the Sol Invictus in there.
Yes, I would like to see the game go long enough for some Sol Invictus. Oh, wow. Ooh, that's a lot of players into the King's lobby. We'll just knock 2 of those back. If 2 people are happy to jump out, that'd be appreciated.
We just leave it, maybe. Well, instead of doing the bonus, we'll do more kings.
More kings doesn't necessarily
because
help
they've only got
because
so
they don't
much
have the metal. We have looked into that, and it doesn't overly help.
You end up with more investment into labs and things.
It is a much higher OS king now, so
yes, I'm just adding from the top. How many is that I've done? 1.
Wouldn't go from the top, Tom, because there's too many of them, and then the ones that were originally in there are going to. If you're adding them to every player,
there's 17 kings right now.
Yeah, so don't add them from the top. Add them from who was already in there with the bonus.
I think a lot of the bonuses were from last game.
I've done it. I just spec classic.
Why are you doing that, Twig?
Because I was trying to add them to team 1.
Oh my god.
I'll let you guys do that then. I won't touch it.
We've
You
got
guys can throw
10
the
with
back
bonuses at the moment.
Alright, throw the rest into team 1 then.
Yeah.
Was Tango a king last round?
I mean, they're asking if we can do 16, but we'd have to lower the bonus again.
Well, so the 16 kings doesn't.
Yeah,
help.
I understand. All it does is increase the APM. This will be the final game of the night as well, people. For those tuning in, we'll be signing out shortly. I'm sure that for the people on stream, we'll raid another Beyond All Reason stream, whichever one's going on at the moment, and I'm sure that some of these guys might stick around for maybe a quick game afterwards.
What the? Any more than 9 doesn't really work, does it?
So you are adding more prey, I see.
Oh, I just saw Classic didn't have a bonus, and with how rough a time the Kings are having at the moment, I wasn't entirely sure. We can bump Classic over the top. I just thought he was. I thought he was supposed to be in here, and you accidentally kicked him out.
No, that's all right. We'll see what 11 does.
Alrighty then, I guess.
It is 80 players, yeah.
It is 80 players. I guess we'll see how it goes.
Let's check out the comments, see if there's any new comments.
Yes. Just Duffy tuning in. We appreciate you here, Duffy. Yes, you're missing out on seeing the first ever mass peasant rush that won a game that won the game by the 12-minute mark. So
And you weren't there,
that's
Duffy, so
that's that's what happens when you have a
So-
social life. Real disappointed.
and so Pete's definitely wrong. Duffy is definitely not the best player in the world because he wasn't there to make that happen.
But yes, a couple of the comments there. One of the things that did happen in this. So the first game, it was a real shock for the Kings getting absolutely overrun. The second game, there were 3 Kings without defenses that had armies pushed down their lanes. It's not representative of a regular map. If you're going to play Kings, and I would highly recommend even just once opening up Raptor Crater, giving yourself a plus 45% bonus, and just making sure that you can get some defenses in your lane and a fusion by that 10-minute mark. If you've watched our games or played as a peasant, you'll have the replays. You can jump in and have a look at any of the build orders that you liked. If you saw a king that did really well, have a look at what they did, see if that's something that you want to copy. And similarly, I think it's probably time that we did a king's guide for this, and a peasants and a couple of different peasants guides for this, and we'll put those out on AllReasonNoLogic, just so people get a bit of an idea of the of what you can achieve in 10 minutes if you want to. It's definitely not the best. We've seen better than us. We've seen people get APHIS by 8 minutes. And one of those actually happened tonight, and I need to check that out because I'm usually getting a fusion by 7. So.
All right, one more to ready up.
We're at 100 players.
Nice.
This is a lot.
Hitting records.
This is where our balance starts to fall apart because we haven't really had a chance to test at this sort of a level or get much data. So we're going to find out what happens.
Yep.
Apologies in advance if it's just an absolute whitewash like we've seen a couple of times, but bad luck. That's what happens when we're trial and error. Okay, we're still trying to test these out.
Does look like
Still got
the
people that aren't ready. That's what's going on.
Yep, let's get a ring command in there, and otherwise we're going to kick those players.
And we're saying this is going to be the last King of the Hill for the night, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, we do have work tomorrow morning, and it is 12:30 at night for us, so we are well and truly into the late hours. All right, let's.
If you guys get a chance, you should have a look at the video that Chrono put up in our Discord on the general channel.
Yes. I don't know what the video is, but yes, if Chrono put it there, definitely.
Waiting to ready up. Do we want to increase the bonus for the middle with this many people?
I mean, there's 11 people in there compared to.
We'll see how it goes. It's a fun one. Whatever happens, I'm sure we can balance it out during game. I have not been able to find a mismatch IG. I've been staring at the screen for a while. Too many numbers. That's one of the hardest. Oh, there we go. 21s. 21s is a problem.
Yeah, we've got a couple of people that are still in game or downloading by the look of it. And that looks. We'll see if we.
21.
There we go.
There we go. It's forced.
We're in.
Just going to be a few people that share resources.
Got a Cooper. Thanks for the sub. We don't have sub notifications because we're just streaming on the main channel, but we do appreciate you subscribing to the official. And I'm sure that the devs appreciate it as well. All right. let's watch as this entire thing starts falling apart as we try and throw 100 plus players into this lobby.
You can feel the gears turning, can't you?
I can feel the data streaming back and forth. It's electric. It makes my fingers tingle. And no, I'm not on a wireless connection, for anyone wondering.
That's so many colors when it's got to load in.
We've got people trying to pre-pick their positions, drawing in their circles. I have a feeling that you're not going to get everything that you think you want.
It's going to just be a race.
Now, if you... Okay, so while this is all loading in, 11 kings, what would you do? Because I know what I would do.
With that many, and this bonus, co-op a T2, and get that pumping early is probably the go-to strategy, I'm guessing.
I'd probably
Yep,
try.
I would run 8 players around the outside in their normal positions, and then I would have 3 players co-op eco the 8 mexes in the middle, and do that Duffy, do that Regeki handful of like 2-3 minute tier 2, and then get all of the APHIS pumping. That's what I would do. Okay.
Need to get Life of Pi out of the center.
Yeah, it looks like there's a couple that are still in there that need to come out.
And your...
Anything vaguely red is peasant, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't...
There we
rust
go.
the colors.
1, 2,
Oh
3,
my
4,
god,
5.
there's 100 people in this lobby, and they've managed to somehow understand to stay out of the middle.
Yay!
I'm just going to pull up that 98 enemies, so the flag is going to be very tiny. Wow, that's even on my screen, that's tiny. That's a lot of people.
Huge range of OS throughout this lobby. There's pretty much every number.
So we currently have, if the numbers in the official bar
Battle
Discord are
started.
correct, over 10% of the current players in this lobby.
We do have 2 comms that have decided to start in the middle. They are not going to be there for very long. There we go. That is what happens if you do not
metal
read the
donations
rules.
to the kings.
And those metal donations will be vastly needed, considering how on the offense the peasants have been up to this point.
From the
Looking at
chat,
this,
one mex per player with 100 players, just about. I think there's a couple of players that'll get the grace of having 2. Am I already hearing shots? That sounded like a rocket, hover.
where is that going on?
Looks like we've got some upgraded comms.
Yeah, I think that comes with the extra units packs. So a couple of rocket launchers on the back. I reckon there's an anti-air, maybe for Legion. Legion got turned on, didn't it?
Yes, I did
I
see some
believe
Legion
so.
stuff going on. Alrighty, let's jump into this one. Today we've had just a bit of a slow start managing this. There are 100 people in at this lobby, 98 on Team Red and 11 on Team Blue, which is pretty damn insane. What have we got here? We've got King of the Hill, where we've got 11 intrepid adventurers, kings, you may say, in the middle of the map, going to do the absolute best they can. They do have a plus 60 against 100 peasants around the map. Co-op eco is going to be absolutely critical for this. We're already seeing a fusion coming down in the bottom left corner of the, in the top left corner of the map. 2-minute fusion is kind of insane. Moving on around to everybody else. What is stopping the peasants from annihilating the kings in the first few minutes of the game? It's simple. There's a 10-minute no rush, and we also have these lovely lava barriers courtesy of Chrono. We do have a player trying to stop that 10-minute no. Are these comms?
What is happening with this eco?
They're level 10 comms.
Yes, that's what I was saying. The
Right.
That might wreck the game a little bit. I'm trying to figure out what's happening on the top left, how this player's getting so much metal and there's no donations.
Looks
happening.
like all the comms are level 10 comms.
So they're
Yes.
producing.
a lot. The peasants
That makes sense
started
as
with
to why we've got
5,000
fusions at
metal
2
per
minutes.
second.
Yeah.
This is going to
Okay.
be different. All right, get ready for chaos and our computers to crash. And a commander accidentally degunning his own stuff on the bottom of the map.
Must have been a. Alrighty then. Anyway, we'll do our best with this one, but it does look like there's going to be some pretty insane ecos going on. The kings don't really have much of an advantage in this one if everyone is going to have more metal than they can spend.
And this is going to be pretty hectic for the kings. Like my analogy from earlier tonight, this is kind of like that getting ready for a flight and you've got to pack your bags, make sure everything's packed, don't forget your passport. Got to get things up like that counter intrusion, you got to get up the radars, you got to get up potentially Junos, but you can only Juno the ramps, just a reminder for anyone that's listening and also playing. Got a rule break on that side there. We've got the bulwark can easily hit the mexes. Same with that persecutor just north.
Yes, unfortunately, with the insane amount of resources, it is much easier to break the rules very, very early on and consistently. And the comms are doing a decent amount of damage just on their own by walking around and doing things. Alrighty, so what have we got going on around the map? Everyone is going into some pretty advanced economies. We've got fusions, we've got APHIS, we've got T2 already at the 5-minute mark. Why is this all happening? Because everyone has a comm that is producing 2,500 metal, or 2,000 metal. If you're a king, they're producing more like 3,200 metal. Which means that we're going to see some very, very insane levels of stuff. It's also very hard to enforce the rules on this one because the comms, just by proxy of moving around, are going to be in range of doing stuff with their death lasers, with their big artillery shots, and with their missiles. The mods are going to do their best to deal with this one, but we were not expecting to have evolving comms starting at level 10 for this match, but with so many people in here, it looks like it is just a little bit of the chaos. Looking at some of the players that are doing better than others, we do have triple APHIS. We do have double APHIS coming down for the for Chief of Agency, and we've as well as a third APHIS coming down for the for the light blue players. The kings are going to have quite the economy provided they get the build power and the conversion to spend it.
The cap's going to be the unit cap rather than APM or eco in this. You can only see 288 units per player, so if someone's doing spam, that's not a lot of spam.
Well, one of the things to think about, if your unit cap is 288, one of these players has 48 build turrets, 15 converters. Your mechs, they have 107 build turrets. you're gonna have more build turrets than you're gonna have units if it keeps up this way. So the peasants might end up with a pretty significant advantage because they can have 10 times more units just by proxy of having 10 times more players. Do see one player that's sticking to his guns and going for an just an absolutely insane incisor push after seeing the success. The plus 50 from the comm does mean that you can make an incisor every second.
I'm liking the look of all these brutes and banishes on the left-hand side. This is going to lag bottom left.
Bottom left.
Oh yeah. When these all get given the command to move, we are gonna feel it.
Yep.
For those that are interested, there is going to be a 50,000 event for when the official bar Discord gets to that number. So similar to the 40,000 event, they're going to be hosting a big session again. And I suspect this could be part of the stress testing with this many people in here.
That very well may be it. Dang, Tom, were you told to say that? Blink twice. Hold on, sorry. Epic fusion reactor coming down in the bottom right-hand side. Bottom left-hand side, the red player. These things produce 30,000 energy a second. I've only seen these in Raptors before. Super excited that these are here to take some of the onus off of having so many APHIS. Their explosion, though, is quite ridiculous. What's the command that shows the explosion?
SpaceX, and that is Uzi, one of the regulars for a massive explosion radius.
If that goes, it's going to take out everyone on both, like all the way up to the edge of the ramps on either side of him. I cannot wait. I want to see that so bad. The thing which is interesting is the Kings, I don't think, know they exist, or the Kings would be building them instead of their own APHIS.
Well, they do have the epic energy conversion going.
Where's the epic energy conversion? Show me. Ping me.
The epic sized energy conversion.
There we go. I thought those were regular T2 ones next to regular converters, but it's advanced next to epic. They make them look so tiny. Oh dear. All right, we've got 15 seconds to go. What do you think the outcome of this one is going to be?
Chaos.
Chaos. I agree. Utter and total
a long
chaos.
15 seconds. You are right, Nightmare. Another 30 to go now, and then we'll drop that lava.
I swear I said 45. I swear I did.
It is.
You can't. Late. There's no VOD that you can't go back and check. None of you are listening. You don't know. You can't tell me otherwise.
Maybe this is going to be interesting. There's a lot of units ready for once, but there's also a lot of defenses for those Kings. It is going to be quite hard to push through a lot of this. We've got T2 walls up in a lot of places. Where are the weak points?
I guess we're going to find out.
We have the lava being removed. We have defenses already attacking offensively, which we can't really deal with. Let's look at this top right-hand corner with a...
And there goes all the move commands.
Yep, we have a very large force coming in against this grey player. Fiends backed up by tier 1 with shelling from vanguards, but equally on the left-hand side.
Battle started.
This is going to be quite the test for if you pray end up casting some of these 50k matches to see if our Australian wind-up internet can cope with this many players.
Answer, probably not. But we do have a big attack on the left-hand side. Jags being used as cannon fodder as Razorbacks start moving their way in across. It is being defended by Praetorians. Praetorians, we do know, are reasonably strong, and it does look like with the defenses it is going to be a-okay. Units streaming in on the bottom right-hand side, but being caught up by the defenses.
Bottom left push looks like it might be able to make its way in. A bunch of T3 supporting that.
There are loads of snipers, though, and we do have a ton of pulsars, and the pulsars do range back into the base a fair way. I don't actually think this is going to push too far in. Oh dear, that's all the conversion gone. What hit that? Oh, the Razorbacks hit that. Very, very nice.
Yeah, I believe
Nicely
that was from
done
the top
there.
right.
And that without that conversion, this player's metal income is going to dribble down. But the issue is actually build power more than anything. They do have the metal, but they do not have the build power. And here comes a huge amount of T2 from the Legion side of things that is going to absolutely ram down. There are 2.5 pulsars, almost 3. But by the time they start firing, by the time they're up, they're going to be taking out. Build power is down. The labs are going down, and it does look like that's going to be a big problem for the king. It does look like the bottom left-hand side has been pushed through. The ecos are destroyed.
Com pushed straight on in. And as soon as it hit some of that eco, everything went down with it.
Yep. Very, very hard to manage against these tier 10 comms. They are just way too powerful for a game where your front line is all around you. Does look like an epic pulsar ball has been placed down to try to defend. Doesn't look like it's targeting anything yet, though.
Yeah.
Let's see that big pop happen with some of these Praetorians hitting an APHIS on the right hand side.
Here we go. Bulls heading in, and they've killed the build power. APHIS is about to go down. There it goes, big pop over there, and we do have another big pop in the middle. We do have some Sol Invictus coming to try and clean this up, but unfortunately we are not going to see it. Currently lagging behind at 12:30. We do have some good explosions there. I think those might have even been caused by the Sol Invictus, or no, actually it was the comm. Very, very hard to deal with this at the moment. Even with these pulsar balls, looks like the epic pulsar ball's not capable of holding it off. The Kings in a really bad way. With all this eco from the get-go, the Kings really don't stand a chance, even with that massive plus. When you start everyone on such a high ground, on such a high eco ground, they can all scale enough to get units, and then the problem is just one of sheer mass. The Kings can't build enough build power to build enough units to defend this.
Typically, the peasants have 1.5 to 2 times the metal income of the kings at that 10-minute mark. At the moment, it's
1.6 million. Oh no, wait, it's 1.6 million because we have a super APHIS in the middle. So we're not going to get an accurate reading out of that, but the Kings most certainly were on the back foot from this one, and we're halfway to super APHIS around the map in a couple of places. So that is most certainly a way of dealing it. Balls of Sol Invictus have been thrown into the mix to try and help defend, but the Kings getting mercilessly picked apart by long-range firepower. Looking at the top side of the map, the Kings are doing a good job of holding, but it doesn't look like the top of the map has the top left of the map has really come online with these same massive offenses that we've seen in the bottom half of the map. The sheer overwhelming number of units just preventing any defenses from really being overly effective. We do have some epic Zars
streaming straight in and ignoring the defenses. A bunch of them are going to die. But you don't need many of them to make it through, particularly when all of the economies are as explosive as they are.
Not only
this
that,
time around.
the tier 10 comms were able to sneak through, and they were the ones that did most of the damage. Those are very, very hard units to stop at any point in the game, let alone the 10-minute mark.
This is definitely hurting my eyes and my PC. I can hear my fans winding up.
Yeah, I'm well and truly on the catch-up train at this point.
There you go. I'm actually live, and my computer's not struggling at all, which surprises me.
And this is why I've got your leftover spare parts.
Junoing continuously into the middle, so the King's able to get up radar. Maybe Nightmare if you're listening, the yellow player on the right hand side. Malaganath was continuously ignored. We can delete those. Who knows?
Yes, with this many players in the map, it is very hard for us to create a controlled environment. And with this many resources and this much going on, unfortunately, just going to be a bit of a a bit of a display of just what the engine is capable of doing. We do have Uzi right in the middle of all those Sol Invictus, manages to take down most of them. In fact, he's still going. What is with that comm? Jesus, that comm just destroyed almost all the Sol Invictus. 3 left in that one ramp. And we've got another, and we've got Rob the Madman heading in to try and do the same on this ramp. Immediately takes, not getting quite the same D-guns down, 3 down, a little bit far away from the others. A lot of damage is going to come in. 4 down, starting to hit the health damage. 5 down, 6th one going down from Adazi. And it does look like this Sol Invictus push might actually be stopped by just 2 comms, and they may both survive. They did both survive it. That's absolutely crazy. That is somewhere in the realms that's somewhere in the realms of 300,000 metal. Just 150,000 metal just destroyed by 2 comms. Very, very understandable why the Kings had so much trouble with the 2 that walked into the base.
Yeah, when you need that much to stop them, there's no way that you're going to have that many units without assistance at that 10-minute mark, even with the boosted economies that they've got.
Very hard to keep track of everything going on around the map. We are seeing some very, very strong shots from the pulsar balls. There are 20 pulsars sitting over here, and when they fire, they do distort the entire map, the entire air with their effects. I do really like the look of that. Would love a mod to just make my pulsars look like that's what they're doing. Sol Invictus heading.
Updates that have been done recently are fantastic. I'm loving the shockwaves now. They make for rather satisfying explosions.
The explosions certainly have gotten more and more satisfying. I'm also really enjoying. I remember I think it was the 40k event where it was 50 versus 50 or 100 versus 100 or something along those lines, and it was very unmanageable for me to cast. This is actually, even though there's so much going on, the
running
game
surprisingly smooth.
Exactly. Exactly. We do have a giant rolling bomb over here, an epic tumbleweed that is trying to push its way in. These things are so tanky. But when it does detonate, it should make a very nice boom. You got to be careful with these. They do chain react if there are too many of them in a row. Look at that shockwave. That's what Tank Tom was talking about. Very, very nice. If it had control D'd, it would have done even more damage. Does look like we've got a comm trying to head into the middle yet again. If he can manage to control D those tumbleweeds that are walking past, that's going to be a very, very big problem.
We have an epic AFIS up anywhere?
Do we?
I'm looking around, it's getting close in a few spots.
Very nice. Does look like the Kings are about to get a very nasty surprise if that comm blows up.
Oh,
There we go. Not too bad actually. It's just fine.
a bit of build power is a
It's a cheap trade.
at this point.
Very cheap trade. We do just have chains of units heading on in at the moment. The Sol Invictus doing their best to push out, but those comms just so good at defending the ramps. The Sol Invictus just don't seem to have the damage when on their own. And the Kings don't have the unit population to spam. As you can see, the spam line started to thin out just there until they started getting destroyed on the front line. Mammoth push. That's a different one, but I do like it. They're going to struggle to push on through the pulsar ball that is here. Yep, no, those are single bastions. The pulsar balls just do so much damage. Looks like a rolling bomb did go off in at that corner right there. How is that epic fusion? It's actually lost some health. I like that. I want to see it blow up. We do have... Oh no, they're all just going down. None up yet, which I really do want to see some of these going up. And I do really want to see... Pardon? Yeah, the shockwave is awesome.
It's a really nice effect to swing added. There are some epic, there is an epic AFIS up on the top right hand corner
top right hand corner, but it looks like it's in a super safe, yeah, it's in a super safe position. Come on, people, build them on your front lines. If you don't do that, you're bored.
Make a nice fuse for them. Connect all the energy converters all the way in.
This is what you got to do, peasants, if you want to win. Sneak a builder in and build one in the middle of their base. You can do it. I believe in you.
That would be a glorious way to make things go pop. You can build your own explosive tower in there and then detonate them.
There is a lot going on right now. Like an unbelievable amount going on right now. And the game engine is... I'm dropping back every now and then, but catching back up most of the time. It's surprisingly playable. I think part of this has to do with the fact that we are on EU7, which is the hero server.
I haven't seen the epic arquebus being used that much before. On the top left-hand side of the Kings.
Nightmare is on a laptop, so I think that he might be having a little bit of trouble dealing with all of this one. I'm surprised the Kings are still alive, even with the unit donations. The fact that there haven't been too many in some of the corners is absolutely insane. Rolling bombs being used defensively, doing a great job, but also sending catastrophic damage backwards. You can see even all the way back here some of the build power going down. Soul Invectus doing the best they can to deal with them, but wow, they actually killed the Soul Invictus. Wow, rolling bombs really strong.
Big explosion radiuses on those.
Big explosion radiuses and very powerful explosion. Does look like the massive Soul Invictus ball is about to run into triple com, and those triple coms are doing a great job of cleaning them up as they head up the ramp. Question is there enough to overcome them?
Though.
These comms doing a great job of holding the ramp.
They got enough health that they can tank and start getting those D guns off. And those chain reactions do a lot of work.
One of them going for the control D. I reckon I'd still be going for the D guns instead, but this could be a massive explosion potentially. There we go. The comms over here have whittled down this force to 21 Soul Invictus, and I believe there were 50. That is absolutely huge.
These rolling bombs can get
Some of those are getting relatively close to being able to get into that build power.
Does look like one of the pulsar balls was did just detonate. Has created a lovely little crater in front of the top
big
base.
explosion in that bottom left.
Oh yes, so oh, I missed it. No. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Oh,
so the
there
epic
was a fusion up there.
It was the epic fusion. It must have just finished.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was just simply fusions.
Oh, rolling bombs?
Maybe a rolling bomb.
No, I think that.
I can see the rolling bombs though are coming over the hill, so they're kind of like termites and whatnot, like spiders. They can crawl up any vertical surface.
Yeah.
Now I'm really hoping that the epic fusion in the bottom left gets finished in time.
Oh, actually, it's at 83%. It'll be finished in 40 seconds. Please, epic fusion, please.
Though
I think
don't go south quite yet. Keep those Soul Invictuses going to the left before they go south.
does look like it's going to be defended by an epic bulwark and an epic arquebus. The Soul Invictus, though, have started targeting the production. They are going to start dealing damage and stopping anything from coming up for defense. We just need a little bit more. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. You can do it. You can do it.
I reckon the com's going to get him. Yeah.
Alright, that epic fusion is going to go up, and that is a area of weakness, which means that there is potential for us to see one of those massive explosions going on. Looking around the map, the Kings have managed to push out with all the units that they've been given, and all the units that they are producing. The map is just a mess. Epic Pulsar here for defense. It sounds like our prayers have been answered, and we are going to have a momentary reprieve for that epic fusion.
Well, it's up now.
Every time it fires, watching the energy drop is quite amusing.
It looks like we've got quite a few of those epic fusions up in that top right corner.
But the top right corner isn't getting pushed in, which is no
Oh.
good.
It's
no
built
good.
now. It's built now on the bottom left, so I'm happy for those. Yep, there we go. We see those pulse towers disappear, and maybe that bottom left, if it gets pushed now, we will see the biggest explosion the game can have.
There are 100 rolling bombs, epic tumbleweeds, heading for it.
Beeline it. Beeline it, classic.
Just go. Just go.
God, that is a big explosion radius on those.
Oh my
When the top
God.
right goes pop, it's gonna go pop.
Problem is, I don't know if the kings are going to last long enough. There's a massive set of vanguards with spam in front of them that are just fight commanding towards the middle of the base or move commanding towards the middle of the base. Did catch a small
On the
explosion
right hand side, if they can get to that first one, that's gonna do quite a bit. I don't think.
Just
they're
remember
gonna
though,
get-
there is a little juicy unit in the very middle of the map. If that doesn't die out, the kings are still fine for eco. They just need build power.
Just keeping an eye out over the map. The Sol Invictus march in the top left corner continues. The comms not defending this one quite as well as a lot of the others. The thing I want to see though is all those epic tumbleweeds just detonating. As soon as 2 of them go, the rest will detonate. It might actually only need to be 1. We do have a comm heading towards the epic tumbleweed ball. Please, please, this is going to be amazing. The comm is almost certainly going to die, but it's worth it. It's worth it.
Oh,
Hit.
Oh, that's amazing.
that is a hole.
That's bored all the way. The comm survived.
That's wild.
Wow.
You can see everyone coming to look at the explosion.
Yeah, all the eyes on there, all those little dots are eyes.
If you want to defend the lane, make a big enough boom.
One thing which I might put forward for the 50k event, if something like this is going to be part of it, is to potentially turn off terrain deformation.
That's probably going to
I do
be
love the
good
terrain
idea.
deformation, but in a 100-person game, that might be a half decent call to do that. Sol Invictus trying to make their way over to that epic Aphis, but there is a lot of defenses here. There's a single Juggernaut and 2 comms, which I consider to be a hell of a lot of defenses. Lizzie 111 about to get their first kills.
Oh.
3 kills with a single D-gun, and now moving on to go
Hey,
for
we've
more.
got action happening in the bottom.
We do?
Left. We just had something go down. Oh, that was a chain reaction. Some Titans getting through, but we just have an amazing amount of tumbleweeds that suddenly appeared like some
That is
Pokemon.
going to be another hole inbound.
D-gunned. Ooh. That's one way to make an explosion.
That is a different graphic that I haven't seen before in Beyond All Reason.
And on top of that, the comm survived, just by the way. For another
That's a bit
tumbleweed. There's another 100 tumbleweeds right there. I feel like yellow is now quite safe.
You just can't physically get to them.
Yeah, you can't do anything about that.
I do want to see
Yeah, I
just
imagine
one
you
of
can
these
come in
epic-
this way, but once the next wave attacks, there's going to be another hole again.
Oh, that's great. Question is on the top left side, we're still a long way away from having an epic fusion, which means that side is no fun. Where's my wait? For a moment, I thought there was a whole bunch of Ragnaroks or Calamities for actually, that's surprising that no one's gone Ragnarok and Calamity.
We turned them off, didn't we?
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
That makes a lot of sense.
Could you imagine?
I was just thinking, like,
trying
oh
to
my
defend
God.
against that.
I'm gonna be honest, I forgot this was King of the Hill.
Yeah, with these sorts of economies, you wouldn't be able to build enough shields. There wouldn't be space.
I am happy though that I think we can somewhat pass these games for the 50k event. They'll be slow. They can
I
go
am
I'm having no
impressed
when
when you're
problems
saying
with it.
something like 20 seconds left, and I'm looking at it going, I'm at 20 seconds too.
Keep your eye on the bottom
Yeah.
left. We might see our first epic fall.
Please
Some
do
of these
it.
epic pawns. No, not quite getting the range.
No, that's alright.
But we're
There's
gonna-
more coming
we're gonna
up.
get there soon. We're gonna get there soon.
They only have to hit one. Being body blocked by the Titan there.
By the Titan. Good Titan positioning. Love it. Looking at the top left side of the map, looks like the big Soul Invictus ball has been stopped after only taking out a couple of players. But there is still one heroic one with a fraction of health left that is doing a good job at taking out these build turrets. If it can push through, there is a nice APHIS ball to deal with it, but we do have a lot of firepower coming its way. One of the things I would have tried to do is walk in and control D it for that nice explosion. They do explode a bit like a Juggernaut. Looking around the rest of the map, we do just
Lots
have
of pressure
absolute
coming in from that top
chaos.
right side.
Yep.
Consistently crashing against the Kings in there.
The defenses just cannot stay up on this end. Lots of epic bulwarks have been built, but they are just not enough against all of this sieging firepower. Does look like more units. Oh, that was a epic tumbleweed ball, I think. Nope, just a couple of epic tumbleweeds.
Not enough to
Doing-
completely deform the terrain, but enough to give us a good shockwave.
Very much so. I do like those 100 epic tumbleweeds though. They do make for a very nice little explosion, but I do want to see an epic fusion going down. That is the dream for tonight. Just a single tumbleweed. Looks like it's going to be taken out by ticks over here. Lots of damage potential right there. But it does look like it just rolled over those ticks. It might have been the shots from the Vanguard, but that is certainly what it looked like. Com's absolutely ridiculous in this game mode.
I reckon the
As
bottom
we
left
see
is
them.
going to potentially see some eco damage soon because we do not have any more commanders left down there.
There we do.
Bottom
Got
right,
one on the front
managing
line.
to push into the Kings.
Did not see that. Looking at on Titans.
Oof. That is a nice chunk of damage there and a nice open space for units to start pouring into. We do have Juggernauts supported by Incinerators, Spam, and other such epic units making their way up. This could be a big problem. We do have some epic tumbleweeds making their way down. This is a big risk. If they are not far enough away from the base, they'll do more damage to the base than to the units. Does look like the massive siege force in the top right is starting to make real tracks in. One of the Kings just lost their last set of production before getting into the middle of the base. We do need to see some units making their way around to try to defend this. The Kings starting to really struggle here. That one Juggernaut there is sitting at about 75% HP in the bottom right. If he can just walk in and do nothing but walk in, he should be able to create one of the best chain reactions we've seen to date, because these T2 build turrets do explode somewhat similarly to the converters. Unfortunately, it does
Nice
get
dig on
destroyed
from the
by a
comm.
comm. Does look like the last comm has been taken down in the... Oh no, there is a revived comm. Starts at level 10, which is nice for it. Trying to get in here. That epic fusion though is just generating so much energy that the limitation is build power right now, and these Titans just don't seem to be able to punch in any time soon. Those rolling bombs that were a potential risk do look like they've gotten, and on the right hand side do look like they've gotten far enough away from the base to be a good source of defense. Gonna get a nice explosion here that should clear out a good chunk
You're gonna
of
miss it,
these
Prey.
units.
You're gonna miss it.
The Titans have broken through on the left-hand side. There are still a couple of jugs. There is a Soul Invictus. There is an epic bulwark, but there is a lot here. Those units just have to keep walking in. They have destroyed the lab, which is a good call to stop more units from coming out, but I didn't think that they were going to be able to push all the way through with that front line. Just too much to stop it. The units are coming in drips and drabs, and they're not destroying everything in
That's
their
come down
path.
now.
That is the calm down, but you still have 3 Juggernauts worth of firepower and a Sol Invictus. Titans are good, but they're good, so they're good in that you need to fight with groups of them, not individuals. But each one is going to take a chunk of that first Juggernaut out, and then the second, and so on. Looking elsewhere around the map, it does look like a Sol Invictus ball has been generated to protect the Kings, but there is one absolutely chongus of a
Behemoth?
of a behemoth that has just destroyed so many of them. That shot penetrating through absolutely everything and destroying so many of those units. We also have that huge amount of firepower coming out of those epic Arquebus and the absolute boatload of Vanguards, epic Zars and whatnot. The AoE damage is just insane coming out of all of these T3 units. Looking around the map, the craters that have been formed are just this map doesn't even is beginning to not look.
Doesn't
even
resemble
remotely
what we
the same.
started on anymore.
This
it
is
is
kinda like-
definitely back to start at this point.
Kind of like that movie 2012 based in Yellowstone, where pretty much the entire valley just erupts into nothing. Another commander's come to save the day down in the bottom left after the first one died. And yeah, taking those out. Okay.
Yep.
It's just, they don't wanna
This
fight,
stream of
stop
Titans, they
defending.
really do need to be grouped up, and they need to be guarded. They need to guard the snipers and just start firing in and killing those units, because at the moment just by sending them one by one, they're just not getting any value.
Solid push of behemoths coming in from the bottom side out of one of these red players, slowly making their way in.
Bottom right,
Bottom
Yes.
center.
bottom
Right.
center. See it? Yep.
They've
There
been
are
slowly
12
walking their way
behemoths.
in.
12 behemoths waddling their way in, but there are 3 comms here they've just decided to step in and try and deal with this. Nope, they're waiting for them to get just that little bit closer. Behemoths really are a siege breaker unit. It is very hard to stop behemoths, particularly if you can add some spam in for them. But there's a lot of firepower drilling down onto these. We have multiple epic bulwarks. We have multiple epic pulsar. Oof. Does manage to get enough shots in to destroy the build power up there. Definitely a mistake not bringing at least one of those comms in for the D-gun. That massive cannon is more powerful than you expect it to be. Rest of the top of the map, we do have the big Tsar push. Problem is they're actually having trouble pushing through all of the Sol Invictus corpses. We do need massive numbers of resbots just reclaiming here to get that metal out of the way. The excess metal in this map is going to be ridiculous. The Kings doing a very, very good job with those infinite resources, but there are just too many people at the moment. And the pressure is all on them, less so on the offensive. If they stop to get on the if they stop being on the defensive, they will lose a lot of the inside of their base.
Lots of pressure coming in from that top right side, just gradually creeping closer and closer and closer to the King's Eco in the middle there.
Does look like the metal has been cleared out. Don't know if that was one of the mods, but that most certainly does allow for the units to start making their way in. This
Based on
Vanguard
what's
force,
there, I expect it's due to the shelling.
it's possible that it's due to the shelling. The Vanguard forces and the long range are all of the long range firepower here has just been building up over time and just getting so much value in as it's been mostly untouched. Big explosion right over there. Not sure what caused that.
Something managed to hit
An
some of that
epic
eco
Tsar.
and big chain reaction.
Something
Two
hit
epic
something.
Zars pushed a little bit deeper and managed to fire onto one of the APHIS, getting a chain reaction. That's a nice big chunk. Not as big a chunk as I would have liked to see, though. I do want to see this entire eco go up in smoke. But more than that, I want to see one of the epic APHIS go
Epic
up
fusion go
in
boom.
flames. If it looks like this game is going to end before that happens, can I request that someone drops a nuke on one of those?
Seeing some tumbleweeds come through. down in your favorite corner, picking a different attack vector. One of those can get close, and we should see booms.
There is
Being able to make it through the lava craters that are being created.
they are so slow. They are so slow.
Oh yeah.
And they're getting picked off by the long-range epic epic rail guns. That's what they are. Epic rail guns. Thank you very much. There we go. The Titans have been massed. This is both on the left side, this is both a good thing and a bad thing. It is a good thing because they may get through its bad thing because they'll be super vulnerable to something like a com.
No
there's too many of the epic bulwarks up there.
There's too many epic bulwarks.
I'm just very surprised this player isn't building anything to just walk over the edge. So simply just putting like 1 or 2 of the vanguards into the build queue would, yeah, take out that
just
base.
pop the vanguards on the other side of this giant crater, and good to go.
Yeah, epic recluse just down the edge of the map.
Yeah, or epic recluse. Yep, that'll work too. You have all of this. You have all of this angle to come on up through. You have, to an extent, you have this, but not so much. But realistically, this section up here, you could chuck vanguards there, and they would be able to lob shells into the defenses and the build power and be totally safe from reprisal damage. Does look like something big just happened over there. Something big just happened because we did have a momentary pause.
Big boom in the middle there.
Yes.
I think it was tumbleweeds.
But also we just had another 100 Soul Invictus spawn in or thereabouts in the top right to help push all of these units back.
Yeah, when you have Soul Invictus shoulder to shoulder, they do a good job of holding back the horde.
But even then, they once they start blowing, they start.
Yeah, once the chain reactions start, there's no space to escape them. They kind of become a fuse. Once one goes, they just go bang, bang, bang.
Yeah. Got the Pulsar group just over here. Hopefully it'll fire again in just a moment so we can see that. But he's just taking a moment to recharge. There we go. The fan of pulsars, the waving of the air. What a fantastic little thing that they can spawn in. 71 of them all in one spot. The Soul Invictus have been mostly destroyed at this point. Again, it's all that long-range firepower and the detonations of the Soul Invictus that are really preventing them from getting much further away from where they start. The corpses all in these same spots yet again.
That is a lot of corpses all powered up there.
Could you imagine if this was a regular Kings game we could reclaim that?
That would be wild.
So much metal.
The fact
So
that
much metal.
it's big enough that the behemoths are walking around the wreckages says a lot.
One thing I want to note is that the Kings have built the peasants have built defensive structures inside the inner ring because they control this space in the inner ring. That is perfectly acceptable. Not that
And they've run out of space anywhere else to exist at this point.
Not that we're really playing by many rules at this point. Looking around the map, we do have a Soul Invictus push in the top left side that has managed to get back to some of the positioning that it was in before and is now starting to try and push down at this left side. If they can break through this left side, there's a nice eco center and build power center to pop over here, and if they can reclaim this ground, they can actually have a fallback point and an area to rebuild in and to start scaling in it yet again. Though I don't think that that's overly necessary considering that they're currently running off infinite eco, but it is certainly a possibility. Epic Tumbleweed has made it all the way to the front lines right now of the yellow player. There is potential right here for this to go off and detonate all of these epic bulwarks. It just has to get a little bit closer. It is running along the side of that cliff.
Control D going off.
There is a com walking towards it to D-gun it though, so I don't think we're going to be quite lucky enough. It's going to get the D-gun off before it control Ds. If it did get the control D off, it would be a more powerful explosion. Unfortunately, though, those epic bulwarks have remained, the comm is still alive, and we are not in a better position to assault this epic APHIS. The epic APHIS just too much energy, allowing for too much defenses. We've seen a situation like this in a game recently where there was just too much. Oh, big explosion on this side. On the top right, top left, one of the eco centers was taken out.
Once you get to this stage of the game, and there's so much eco that they basically will end up touching, you end up with some nice big chain reactions. It'd be great to see, and it looks like we might be seeing it. The King's expanding out to use that left-hand side as another staging ground to pump out more units.
And they're going to need it because the assault is creeping ever closer forward from that top right-hand side. The vanguards, the vanguards, and the epic railguns being an absolute, having an absolutely huge effect on this. Just continuous damage raining on in. That's right. These are called epic railguns. You can see it in the name as I hover over it. See, epic railgun.
Those epic Zars doing a lot of work. And a sizable amount of vanguards raining down fire as well.
Gor's doing a great job defending in the top left-hand side. I was expecting them to do worse against the Solid Victors than they actually are. But what it is that's causing the most damage up here is a couple of comms. The Kings using their comms offensively to take out eco positions and take out bases. They're just walking them in and doing as much damage as they can. After seeing what happened to them at the beginning, I can understand why they've picked this tactic. Those tier 10 comms, absolutely crazy powerful, and they've essentially taken out an entire side of the base. If this last one can get over to the edge, unfortunately it cannot. But if it had, it would have been able to start a chain reaction from which there may have been no recovery.
Green in that top left has a epic APHIS, and it looks like when that next round of chain reactions occurs, it might make it all the way across. We'll have to see.
The thing that I'm looking at over here, if you look over in the top right hand corner, epic, 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 epic.
SpaceX, some of those, you can see it, they easily overlap.
Yeah, I want it so badly. I want to watch one of these go down, and I want to watch that entire corner explode.
I'm actually thinking that what Tom pointed out, will chain react the whole way through as well.
Yes, I think it will.
It's going to go a long way. There's not quite enough epics to make it chain the entire way across, but it is going to do some work.
I want it so badly.
That might be.
Where?
Top right.
Top right. Looks like more and more of these defenses are falling down. More and more of the attacks just coming on through, and this just huge force is just stacking up damage. Just a quick look for... No, we can't see anything in statistics. Not even going to try.
Oh, the vanguards on top left, they are getting in range now.
Oh, come on. You can do it. You can do it.
96.
Yep. It's gonna happen.
113 million damage done by the peasants so far this game. 96 million done by the Kings.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, look at it go.
I'm gonna have to watch the replay because my computer didn't like the explosion.
Oh, keep going.
Now that we've made it in, the next one probably goes to the corner.
Just keep going. Keep going. I want to see it so bad.
There's pressure coming in from the top right side as well. It's only going to take one more thing to make it to that build power. And once that build power goes, there isn't really going to be much saving of anything.
But red is coming in with an absolute vengeance on the right-hand side. All these players coming online in a really big way. The defenses have massively fallen. The units are getting inside of the center of the map. big chain reactions, though, keeping some of them out. All of the bastions doing their best, the epic pulsars doing their best, but there is so much pumping in from that top right-hand corner with that big explosion on the left side. All of the players that were ecoing have switched on and are starting to push right into the middle of the map. They realize that, right, it's now or never, because if one more explosion goes off for the peasant
coming in on
side.
that top side by the look of it.
Oh no! Thankfully, there are 2 commanders there to defend against it, and I do believe that the commanders are going to push that back. Very nicely done. But all players are now trying to push into the center really hard. They've run out of space, they've run out of time, and they saw what happened if the Kings get even just a little bit of damage onto them. They saw the huge chain reaction, and they are not a fan. They want to do it to the Kings now. And as this line creeps closer and closer to the middle of the map, every unit that dies is generating a nuclear-like explosion and just going.
Chain reactions.
It's even not just the chain reactions. As long as the line of scrimmage moves further forward, more and more things are going to die until there is an overwhelming chain reaction. We have Aphis basically exposed. That Juggernaut looks like it could get close enough to do some damage, not quite, but very, very close in. The Kings super spread out now, just trying to defend in all locations. Never able to break that bottom left position, just too many epic bulwarks, not enough resources thrown at the problem. The T1 spam is even making its way into the center of the map. That is unbelievable with how much stuff is going on right here, and shows just how powerful spam is no matter what is going on.
That's what I was going to say. It shows the power of the spam, even when you're mass reducing T3 units, having spam running through them, and just keep advancing that line until things go boom.
That is the center of the map destroyed as one of the defending units detonates inside the ring of Aphis. That's the infinite resources gone for the Kings, and it does look like we're not going to get that huge explosion that wraps its way around the map. Off mods, please detonate the super Aphis.
Looks like one managed to go top down on the bottom left, but didn't manage to pan across to the second.
Finally, we got some recluse down there.
Those things the problem is there's so many epic bulwarks, they're still not, and juggernauts, they're still not going to be able to push through.
My computer's lost their ability to show the explosions anymore now.
We've got the epic. We just had the epic Aphis explode in the middle. A Juggernaut did get to it, and that is an entire section of the Kings completely wiped out. And we should have another explosion going down on all the Aphis in the middle right, as all the Vanguard's fire is just now being redirected to those Aphis. There's a little bit of a lag, but those shots are starting to go off now, along with the long range rail, as well as the epic rail guns. There we go. That is another eco center taken out. We just have one.
From the peasants calling out where the next eco center is, so they can target fire.
Yep.
Once you get
work together.
Target firing is definitely the way to go, rather than just flight commanding your way in. There's enough units still coming out that if you're flight commanding, you'll just keep getting armies. But when you've got the artillery, you can shoot over the top of the army into those eco centers and really do that damage.
Only 6 comms left for the Kings team, and it does look like they're being pressed on absolutely all sides. Eco's exposed 2 armies. Spam coming in, aiming for those spots. Long range shelling continuing. And it does look like all of those epic recluse are starting to make their way across. There's plenty of firepower here, but the question is, can they kill all these units fast enough? If I were the blue player, I'd be changing what I'm doing to just purely attacking, not trying to move the way around. They do a decent amount of damage to those juggernauts. It's a surprising amount of damage to those juggernauts. Not sure if they're going to push through, though. I'll check back in a second. Looking at that center, we do have fire coming down on that Aphis blob. The pings are being called, the artillery is being ranged, and the shots are starting to come in. The spam is even getting up to it. And the big question is, how much damage will be done when it blows. I'm hearing some control Ds happening here and there, but it looks like that has been pushed back for the moment. The juggernauts in the top left, I'm keeping an eye on those in my mini-map. They are falling back, trying to do as little... There we go. That is the APHIS explosion in the middle. Very nicely done. I'm not even sure what triggered that one. I think it might have been Catman's comm. Looking at the left side of the map, those Recluse have tried to punch their way in, but unfortunately the wall of APHIS and the wall of bulwarks is managing to keep them pushed back, and as they're not on a move command, they're just fighting those individual juggernauts. I don't think any more is going to happen over there. Now that the Kings are well...
just falling for the weight of the peasants rolling on through.
That's what happens when you live a tyrannical life of an infinite resource generator in the middle and don't share it. Everyone loses when it gets destroyed.
I'm going to ask them if they can drop a single unit behind that epic APHIS on the north, and we'll see if
that would be much appreciated. In fact, if they could drop 100 epic tumbleweeds back there, that would be the best thing ever.
I think peasants are at the stage where they can win it with the units that are on the field.
Oh yeah, there's only 4 comms left, and 3 of them are in a clump in the middle, and the 4th one is in the last defensive bastion that there is.
That last defensive bastion is more than half gone now.
Oh yeah, it's not a strong defensive bastion. It's it's 3 defensive bastions and 3 pulsars.
Yeah. Come just casually dancing away, waiting for its end.
Yep. There is a resign vote called, but I hope that that one does not pass. I want to see some very epic things happening in just a moment.
Trailer's doing what he can with those 3 comms, but they're not going to be able to hold off the horde at this point.
The 3 comms doing a lot though. That's like, it actually looks quite hard to push into just 3 comms.
I mean, they've only got 1,000 kills between them.
And sooner or later, the comms are going to run out of map.
Yeah, they are running out of map.
I suppose that prevents the surround bonus when you've got your back against the wall.
Pretty sure you can still get a surround bonus from the sides. And things just coming to a bit of an end over here. Once the end started, it became somewhat inevitable. Do have an epic fusion reactor in that back corner that is coming down, getting under range very, very quickly, and hopefully we will see. There we go. It goes down, and we're down to just the 1 comm left. Would very much so like to see the peasant eco detonate if at all possible at this point. It would be very, very nice.
Yeah, they did say they'll pop it right at the game end.
Very good. Just trying to keep my eye out for it. I don't want to miss it.
Yeah, maybe put a tumbleweed over here. And then...
No. Put 100 tumbleweeds there. That is one of the 4 remaining comms down. Just Trilo's trio of comms, and they're being pursued relentlessly. It does look like a big explosion on the right-hand side. Lots of explosions going on around the map right now as something seems to have happened to the peasants' side. Rebellion, maybe? Who knows? We really want to see that.
An amazing amount of work holding off the horde here.
I can't believe how much damage those comms are doing. As long as they walk backwards, it's A-okay. Does look like the final building has fallen for the Kings team.
Those two commanders behind them are going to do a lot of work.
Fingers crossed for that one. There we go. Top right side has started detonating. Chain reaction of nukes. The entire area has gone. Oh, man. Oh, that was amazing. That worked. That happened exactly how I wanted it to happen. Oh, that's so good. Last 3 comms. How are the peasants going to kill them? They have 50 comms left. They might have to come after them as a group. 2 left now. Nope, that is all of the comms. Congratulations to the peasants on your win in this chaotic last game of the night.
Ended.
Oh, and the one we wanted to blow the whole game finally went. It's a very happy ending for us. Let's have a quick look at those graphs. The one I want to see is damage dealt. We have 26 million damage out of one of the kings. And then we've got 13 million damage out of one of the peasants that went the czars. So as it turns out, czars are the way of the game. Thanks everyone for watching this one. This has been a real pleasure to cast, to see the absolute craziness that the engine can handle. I did not think that anything would be able to keep up with this, but as it turns out, it really did. That is, I don't have words for how impressed I am at the devs of this for making something that could keep up with this. So congratulations.
Yeah,
on
it was
that one.
incredibly smooth from the back end, and just the engine in general to be able to deal with this many players with that many commands.
Very much so. Alrighty then. I think that's where we're going to call it for the night. It is a very, very... What is happening? What is going on? All the
Everything's
commands that
lagging.
happened in the lobby catching up right now. And while that's going on, big thank you to the moderators that helped us tonight. Massive thank you to everyone who is watching. We're sitting at 100. We're sitting at 220 odd people, which is absolutely amazing and genuinely unbelievable. Hope you enjoyed the chaos that is tonight. For those asking what just happened, the mods did blow up the peasant spaces so that we could witness the explosion. Thank you for that one. That was the absolute chaos, which is what happens if you give level 10 advanced comms to everyone in a game of 100 people, which is significantly larger than the normal. I've been Praedith. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast for you tonight and to run at King of the Hill. Joining me has been Twig and Tank Tom, who are going to sign us out for the night. Thanks everyone for joining.
It's been a big one. Thanks again, everyone. Thanks, Chrono, for the updates to the map. That's why we see the lava at the start of those 10-minute no rushes. Thanks to Nightmare, Flo, Shadow that join and help set these up. Especially Flo and Nightmare that have to sit there trying to find all the things going wrong, all the rules that are getting broken, and making these work. And thank you to EU7 to support that game. The lucky server. Okay, that's us for this week. Next week, Praedith and Tank Tom are taking a dinghy down the River Murray in Australia and won't be here, so it's just going to be me, and we'll probably be back on the original channel, but there'll be a post on a Discord to let us know whether it's here or there. And yeah, also if there's any casters listening in and you felt like joining me, maybe we can still do this on the official if there is someone that can help me talk for that long, because I definitely don't last more than maybe one match. You can hear I've been quiet for the last one. I'm almost half asleep, maybe in the next room, and I got work in 5 hours. This is the weekly ritual that I put myself through. But I do love it. I do love bar. That's why we're here. Okay, one last thing, if you'd like to subscribe to our YouTube videos, there are cast games put there for the King of the Hill, as well as our Road 2 series. Praedith currently on his way to Road to 25 in team games, and more to come in the future.
We've been AllReasonNoLogic, and thanks for joining us.
Catch you all next time.
All right. sound is off.
Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action.